morning, Prof.
Morning.
God bless you.
Mama Joy.
Sunday, good morning.
Good morning, ma.
How are you?
I'm fine, ma. Yes, ma.
I'm simple.
Ṣé màmá Ọlọ́run ní Ṣọlá nìyẹn?
Èmi ní ẹ káàárọ̀ sá o. Ṣé
Ẹ káàárọ̀ mà. Yes, ma.
Happy New Year, sir.
Dr. Ashu.
Ìbàdàn wà ń bẹ̀ o, àwa ń bẹ̀.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. Good morning, everyone.
Okay, it's on mute now, B. It's them just a glass, don't.
Okay.
It's mute now, muted now, right?
We can hear you, sir.
They can hear me. Okay, good.
Engineer, okay.
Yes, sir.
Engineer Shiru.
Yes, sir. Morning,
Yes,
sir.
you are most welcome. Professor Ken, you are most welcome. Mr. Godukenka, you are most welcome. Mrs. Akinyemi, Mrs. Akinyemi.
She's online.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Prof.
Dr. Tando.
Good morning, everyone.
Mr. Felix, thanks so much. Professor Ken, thanks so much. My co-director, Mr. Jonathan, you are most welcome. I've not seen Dr. Morofolu, Mrs. Olani Pekun. I don't know whether he's there. We are waiting for Chief.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
It's nice seeing you again after a long time. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Rob.
Dr. Morofolu, I've not seen Dr. Morofolu there.
Good morning, sir. Prof.
I salute you, Austin.
Dr. Aribamika is present,
morning.
Sir.
Aribamika.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Okay, that's very good. All the way from Ado-Ekiti.
Good morning, bro.
All the way from Ado-Ekiti.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good morning, bro. All the way from Passport.
Please, what are Chief for them?
Who is using a mask in his
room? Force here.
You have to include me in that Port Harcourt force.
Yeah, Godwin, you're from here. You're speaking from Port Harcourt.
Yes, I am. In spirit.
Yeah,
Bro.
He's seated now.
Yes, Pastor, I salute you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He's seated now. Hello? Can we start?
Honorable Eniton Shodi, welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Prof. It's good to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Most welcome, Mr. Eniton Shodi. Hello? Good. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, sir. Yes, we're about to start. Just 2 minutes. 2 minutes for the president to join. 2 minutes for the president to join. He's already seated, I was told, but we're just waiting for him there. I want to welcome Mr. Eniton Shodi. You are most welcome, sir. Mr. Felix, you are most welcome. Okay.
Always a pleasure, sir.
is a professor. Professor Person, how are you?
Okay.
Are the one we are waiting for, sir? Morning, sir.
Are you the chairman of the occasion?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, I'm good. You want to start for us, sir? I'm going to introduce you now, sir.
Yeah, what I'm saying, you are the chairman of the occasion. After my own role, then you continue with the journey.
Sorry. Okay, no problem. Sorry, sir. The NTA people are talking now. Send me the name of your boss. Send me the name of your boss. Okay, no problem. Thank you.
He's in the meeting already.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President, sir.
Yes, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, yes. We want to start the program right now with the arrival of the president. I want to introduce the special guest we have here to every one of us briefly, and we'll hand over to and I will have the welcome address, then the opening remark by the president of the Nigeria Olympic Committee. First and foremost, we want to introduce to you the former Nigerian representative in International Olympic Committee, former president of Nigerian Volleyball Federation, former director of Sports Facility, Federal National Sports Commission, and now two-time president Nigerian Olympic Committee. It's no other person than somebody we can term Mr. Volleyball, whose passion for volleyball is so great. Please join me to welcome the president of Nigerian Olympic Committee, Engineer Abu Ahmed Gumel. You are most welcome, sir. And also, we need to introduce to you the Secretary General of the Nigerian Olympic Committee, and no other person than the former chairman of that prestigious Island Club. And not only that, he is the vice president of ITTF, and no other person than two times Secretary General of the Nigerian Olympic Committee, Mr. Olabanji Oladapo. You are most welcome. And somebody joined us that we quickly need to recognize because of his position too, the former Commissioner for Sports in Lagos State. Not only former Commissioner for Sports, but I'm also aware that he was also the executive member of Nigerian Olympic Committee. Please join me to welcome Mr. Eniton. And also, Alhaji Alhassan Yamut is going to join us very soon. Mr. Table Tennis is here. Mr. Tennis, not Table Tennis. Mr. Tennis is here. And no other person than Mr. Godwin Kenka. Engineer George Ashiru, Taekwondo. He was 6 times national holder for Nigeria, and not only that, the former president, you are most welcome, in sports, and has just retired and has passed for no other person than Mrs. Awa Kulu Akinyemi. You are most welcome. And also, I'm introducing to you the former director of sports and former chairman, Lagos State Sports Commission, Dr. Kweku Adedayo Tando. And also, I'm introducing to you somebody that we must also respect in this forum here today, Mr. Felix Nwogu Awogu of multi-choice. You are most welcome. And also another person we need to introduce to you,
Prof, we can't hear you, sir.
Can you hear now?
Okay, yes, we can.
Okay, thanks so much. And lastly, before we go on, let me introduce Mrs. Debbie to you, who happens to be the administrator and the project manager for advanced sports management. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome every one of us to this program. This program is under the auspices of International Olympic Committee and Nigeria Olympic Committee. I want to thank the President, the Secretary General, and the team there for hosting. They are the one hosting this program. And we started this program many years back, and it is the IOC gesture to improve the quality of administration of sports all over the world. And this is why they put up the advanced sports management. And we have benefited for 5 sessions now. And I'm proud to tell you that many of the people you are seeing here today, including Alazan, Mrs. Akiemi, Engineer Shiru, Dr. Tando, they've all attended the program. A majority of them are here. And the man, Professor Pimoroti, is the coordinator for the current session. And Professor Ogunjimi, the man in this of attendees, is also here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand over now to the President of Nigeria Olympic Committee to give us his opening remark. Over to you, sir. Engineer.
Can we have everyone mute their mics, please?
Yes, I've told please let everybody mute, please. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. The coordinator, Professor Person, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Yes.
Yes.
We can hear.
You can hear. Something is making noise. Hello?
Is it your phone, sir?
No, I don't have a phone with me. Something is making. Okay. I know it's all right now.
Okay, it's all right, sir.
Yeah, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, even though the Professor Person has already introduced me, but I just want to make a little bit of correction. Okay, I'm not a former representative of the International Olympic Committee. There is nothing like that in IOC. Okay. I'm still the representative of Nigeria in the IOC. Only I'm an honorary member. I remain there in IOC for life.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you for that.
Yeah, it's better, there is nothing like former in that.
Okay.
I'm still the representative in the IOC.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, sir.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Nigerian Olympic Committee, NOC, I'm very pleased to welcome you all to the first webinar symposium organized by the alumni of IOC/NOC Advanced Sports Management course. The Advanced Sports Management course is an initiative of the International Olympic Committee through Olympic Solidarity and the National Olympic Committee, NOC. The program is designed for executive level volunteers, that is board members of the National Sports Federations and National Olympic Committees, and senior paid staff in sport organization in order to expand their managerial skills while actively contributing to a learning community. The NOC in year 2011 organized the first edition of the Advanced Sports Management course in Lagos. We have subsequently organized second and third and fourth edition respectively, while the fifth edition is ongoing. So far, we have recorded a total number of 120 participants in addition to this current edition. Are we up to 120, coordinator? Professor Person, you have to unmute your edition. Anyway, the ASMC alumni comprise all the participants that graduated from the program. Some of the key mandates of the alumni are to help to actualize its objectives, which are to promote mutual understanding among members, strengthen the ties between members as part of strategy to support Olympic solidarity goals and the NOC role in sport development in Nigeria. Please note that NOC will always support the realization of the goals of the association and will also arrange a formal inauguration in future. The International Olympic Committee is equally passionate to the promotion of Olympic education at all levels. While welcoming all participants to this program, I wish to use this medium to appreciate those participants who have deemed it fit to come up with such a fantastic program. On behalf of the Executive Committee and board members of the NOC, I say kudos to all the alumni. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, like what you said, there will be an official inauguration where you people will meet and then you can be able to elect a president or a chairman among yourself so that you can now start, you can be active, you can have your program, you can have so many things that you can do to help one another and to help the Olympic movement. So it is very important in the near future, we are going to inform you so that we can assemble others through the Zoom meeting or other physical so that we can be able to meet together and then so that we can be able to discuss. So at least we should have a program that will be a continuous one so that you continue helping one another, helping other people that are even not part of you. So it is very important. And I want to assure you that the Nigerian Olympic Committee is always available to help you, to support you, to make sure that we progress and we continue with the training so that we have more and more and more participants in this program. It is very important. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish both participants and facilitators a most rewarding experience. And thank you very much. And may God Almighty bless each and every one of us. I thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, thank you. Professor, we are waiting on you.
Thank you, Mr. President. NOC.
Professor Fasson, we're waiting for you, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, Prof.
Okay, thank you. Samuel, is Alazan on board now? Mr. Samuel?
Yes, sir.
Is Alazan on board?
He's on.
Pardon?
Yes, he's online now.
He's online.
Yes, he is online. He's online.
Oh yeah, can you get him now? I like Alazan. Are you there? Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, while we are waiting for Alhaji Alazan, can I call on Mr. Tennis? And this is somebody we all know. I'm aware that many of us, we've heard much about him. I know he finished from University of Ibadan there, but can I be honest with you? He has been coaching this, this tennis for a long time, and he has contributed much. He has written 2 books, and I can tell you those 2 books are of innumerable value to those of us in sports management and physical education. Please join me to welcome no other person than Mr. Godwin Tamina Kenka. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, convener and coordinator. Thank you, participants. You're welcome. I know I have 15 minutes, so and as you know, when we're talking sports, we all have a lot to say. My paper is titled Structures, Systems, Standards, and Incentives for Enduring Grassroots Sports Development in Nigeria. But I'd like to start with what grassroots sports development is not. Grassroots sports development is not a lone politician buying soccer boots and jerseys for use in a local government a few months to an election for a rushed 5-day competition. Grassroots sports development is not an annual youth games or a biennial national sports festival featuring one age group where the administrative cost of the event can build a quality gym that is comparable to one in a Division I college in America. Finally, for want of time, grassroots sports development is not fishing for men in their 20s who look like teenagers to go represent the nation in under-17 competitions to achieve Pyrrhic victories. And then when they find themselves in professional soccer teams, for example, they average 5 years of peak performance, while their counterparts from Europe and the Americas are averaging 15 to 20 years. In my view, grassroots sports development is a structured, systemic, and standardized effort that consistently strives to attract, identify, and develop sporting talent from all over a nation to be the best in the world, or at the very best, the best that they can be. At the back of my mind is the adage which says, aim for the moon, and if you fall short, you might hit the stars. The metaphor of stars should not be lost on us. Is producing sports stars not what all the hard work of scouts, coaches, parents, national and international federations, sports organizations, etc., who want to make a difference, care for humanity, and want to achieve fame and fortune for their worlds all about? But how can this be done? First, you need a management structure and a competition structure that provide basic frameworks for the development effort. Since we are talking grassroots, we should be looking from the ground up. The management structure starts with the local government sports councils, to the state sports councils, and then the National Sports Commission, and then the Ministry of Youth and Sports. I see some people have raised their eyebrows. Of course, I know that the NSC does not exist, right now, but it should if we are serious about any meaningful sports development. I will return to why the NSC is really important in this equation. The competition structures will encompass: 1, the school system from primary through secondary to tertiary; 2, age group competitions in 10s, 12s, 14s, 16s, and 18s; club academies like the Premier League football clubs having academies and having junior FA Cup competitions at the state and national levels. Example, on January 17, Folarin Balogun, 19 years old, an English boy of Nigerian origin, a budding soccer star from the Arsenal Academy, was hailed for scoring a wonder goal in a Youth FA Cup match against Tottenham Hotspur. It was not the goal that caught my attention, but the structure and system that was at play that spoke to me. A good structure, system, and standard work together to produce the desired results, producing world-class players or athletes. There we had a youth cup, which was using the Premier League system. Okay, there we had, it was not the goal that caught my attention, but the structure and system that was at play that spoke to me. A good structure, system, and standard work together to produce the desired results. There we had a youth cup, which was using the Premier League club structure, the competition, the FA Cup, an academy system of attracting, identifying, and developing talent, AID, to expose exceptional talent to the world. Balogun is now in the market, valued at over $4 million, with clause from Germany on his heel and Arsenal fighting to keep him. In Nigeria, the Premier League teams are unfortunately and needlessly mostly government-owned and financed. The clubs struggle to pay salaries and sign-on fees, and most importantly, do not have academies for the attraction, identification, and development of talent. You will hear this phrase over and over again. They don't have that. Talents that will transition to the senior teams. Academies that, if properly run, can almost fund the entire club. For example, with sign-on fees of exceptional talent they may produce. At the International Tennis Academy, we started the ITA Junior Tennis Circuit with competitions in 5 age groups, almost 15 years ago. 10 and under, 12 and under, 14 and under, 16 and under, and 18 and under. This structure provided an automatic succession plan. Players progressed through the age groups, and after the 18s, they were good enough to compete at the seniors. To fast track their progress, we established a system whereby the top 4 in any age category can play in their age group and the one ahead of them. This system opened the eyes of the juniors to see that instead of playing down, which is an euphemism for age cheating, they could actually play up. And we had players who were in the finals of 2 age categories. So 12-year-olds were in 12s and 14 finals. In terms of establishing a standard, we used 3 years of school results from primary to secondary to establish their ages. No biometric nonsense, and it worked. To cut the long story short, last year, November, at the CBN Championship, the senior CBN Championship that is, it was dominated by teenage players from this ITA circuit program. Oyin Quadri 16 won the ladies singles and the ladies doubles with 14-year-old Serena Teluwo, who is our under 14 champion, as her partner. The doubles finalists were Omolayo Bamidele 17, were pushed ahead, and Toyosi Adeosi 16 from Ekiti. Someone there will be happy now. And then now Joseph Ime and Sylvester Emmanuel, all products of the circuit, are the leading male players in the country today. Example from the American system. The American collegiate system has produced close to 1,000 gold medals up to the last Rio Olympics. You can check that out. That is because they have a system that works from the high school to college competitions, broken down in divisional, regional, and national conferences. The universities recruit sporting talent from all over the world. My children were beneficiaries, with set minimum academic standards, offering them scholarships and other incentives to make them competitive, to make the schools competitive. And then we have the age group competitions with the federations, that's the US sports federations, identifying the best talents and putting them on a national program. Those who can find funding and sponsorship for their professional career paths go their way, but come back to represent the country when needed. That is a system that works. Except for a few basketball stars like LeBron James who skipped college, the path to the NBA is through high school to college and then the draft. In Nigeria, the universities prefer a biennial games, which provide a platform for fundraisers, which are never judiciously used. I know because I had participated in at least 3 NUGA games with gold medals to show for them. You would think that the universities will go for individual competitions in the major sports at zonal and national levels, which should lead to regular all year round weekend competitions that will engage, empower, and enhance the identification of exceptional talent. I wonder how many Adokia Mesimakas and Shego Degbamis have slipped through the Nigerian tertiary education system. If nothing else, sports stars in the universities will become the role models and superstars on the campuses, not cultists and pimps. Now, if we took one sport,
please, you have about 3 minutes more.
Okay, if we took one sport, say athletics, by way of example, and had coaches, scouts at the local government level monitor and identify talent at primary school and secondary school levels, and set up a minimum standard for coming to the local governments. Then the best from the local governments, based on minimum standards of time and distances, assemble at the state, and then the best go on to the nationals, and we will have established a structure, a system, and a standard that endures. Note that the structured competition system for grassroots development in major sports will require the availability of several levels of coaches. This is where the universities and the National Institute of Sports will come in to produce coaches who know the sport, a particular sport inside out. But most importantly, the NSC becomes that the National Sports Commission becomes a sine qua non in the development process. Let's take one area of sports development, coaching. The Ministry of Sports does not have a coaching department or a director of coaching. With the National Sports Commission, that will be a major department which is responsible for certifying, standardizing, retraining, monitoring, and sanctioning of coaches. Now, the funding and incentives. I thought I had 15 minutes, Prof. How will this program be funded at a time when local governments can hardly pay salaries and are existing with incredible squeeze from their
Hello? 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 Mr. Kenka, I think we can't hear you again. Hello? Mr. Samuel?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Samuel?
Yes, sir.
Please, we can't hear him again. Can you help us identify His Excellency, the Governor of Kwara State? Please, can you bring him up? Ladies and gentlemen, we're having a problem with Mr. Godwin Kenka, but we are so fortunate to have in our midst today His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kwara State, Alhaji Abdulrazak. Please, can we all welcome him to our midst? And that's a good development for Kwara State and Nigeria.
You're welcome, sir. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, you're welcome.
You are welcome, sir. His Excellency.
You're welcome, sir. Your Excellency.
Welcome, Your Excellency.
Good morning. Your Excellency, you are welcome, sir.
Your Excellency.
Welcome, sir.
You are welcome, sir.
Welcome, sir.
You are most welcome. And the President of Nigeria Olympic Committee is there. Yes, we are now going on to the next speaker.
Your Excellency, you are welcome.
We're now going to next speaker, and the next speaker is no other person than Alhaji Yamut Al-Azhar Saleh.
Alhaji Alassane, your mic is muted. Please.
He needs to unmute himself.
And Obafemi Awolowo University for his first and second, and former special assistant to 4. Hello?
Yes, you are on now. You are on now, sir.
You are on now, sir.
Former special assistant to 4 honorable minister of sport. One person, 4. And now is the secretary to the board, civil defense, correctional, fire, and immigration services. And any moment from now is going to be called a doctor. You are most welcome. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Fassam. Let me quickly apologize for joining you late. And also, I was able to catch you in the car. I heard your remarks and that of the President of the Nigeria Olympic Committee, and I enjoyed Tamina Kenka. I used to know him as Godwin Kenka, but now it's Tamina Kenka, which is actually interesting that we know where he comes from now. His paper was very exciting. He seemed to have spoken my mind, but let me also apologize for not having a formal paper on ground because we're at the peak period of promotion, exercise, and recruitment in the paramilitary, which I'm centrally involved. Be that as it may, let me also welcome His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kwara State, who has a very, very important role in grassroots sports development in his state and Nigeria at large. I'm just going to give a preview of what grassroots sports is, although it has been mentioned and emphasized by Godwin Kenke. But I want to liken sports, grassroots sports development in Nigeria to agriculture. Why we don't have food security in Nigeria is because the roots are not properly tended and deeply taken care of. And if you don't do that, then the leaves and the produce will wilt. So just like in sports statistics, with a country of over 200 million people and 62% are below 18%, it's really wrong to say that we are not at the helm of affairs in terms of high performance at the global level. For someone who has served in the grassroots department and is a product of grassroots sports itself, so grassroots sports is more than what it is as we're trying to do now. First and foremost, it is supposed to be in a very organized environment where the right technicians are available, particularly in schools. Nowadays, the best athletes are no longer discovered in schools. Nowadays, the best athletes are not in Nigerian universities. Nowadays, the best athletes are not in colleges of education. So if you don't get it right at the grassroots level, particularly community level where local government and primary secondary schools exist, you cannot be at this top of, maybe you cannot be reckoned with in the world if your grassroots sports program is not. And people don't seem to understand that the AA in America is the oldest sports organization It started in the 18th century. And because it has produced elite athletes, it has been sustained. So we need the same thing to do for our school sports program. A version of urbanization and sports development has been developed under the canopy called community sports development. That means even if you are a day student, you can still participate within the premises of your community where there are sports infrastructure. But do we have the sports infrastructure? Do we have the equipment? Do we have the technical crew that will groom these athletes? All these things have to be put in place and be legislated. I really didn't want to talk of the Sports Commission, but having been mentioned by Kenka in his paper, I want to tell you that the Sports Commission is the only parastatal or the administrative structure that has the technical language to manage sports from grassroots level to elite level. Its non-existence is a total technical embarrassment. So it's first, the communique for this virtual conference must include the return of the Sports Commission, and it must also include a capacity building structure that will enshrine competence and professionalism in the preparation of athletes. I'm not going to exhaust the 15 minutes given to me because I don't have a formal paper, but I want to thank you for having me on this platform to express my sincere opinion that grassroots sports development is key to elite performance in Nigeria.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
We're going to come back to you.
Ladies
and gentlemen, on His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kwara State, just to give us a word. Over to you, sir. His Excellency.
Good morning, the President of the Olympic Committee and members of the Temple of Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to be here this morning. I think we in government should listen more to the experts, and from there we'll learn more. Like Termina Kenka said in his brief, politicians just pay lip service, have photo shoots, to photo opportunities to showcase their pushing forward the agenda of sports when it comes close to elections. Yes, that is true. We use politics, we use sports for politics. But what interests me most about this is we need to develop our sports from the grassroots. And when I was elected, before being sworn in, one of the first people that spoke to me was Dr. Kweku Tando, who said there's a need for a state sports commission. And well, I listened to his pitch to me, and shortly after that, we presented a bill to the State Assembly. It was passed last year. We couldn't commence it last year because it was not in the budget, but I'm glad to say that we've put it in the 2021 budget, and the State Sports Commission will kick off immediately. Now, that's part of listening to people in the industry to say, what are the ideas there? So that's why I've come to engage this session, to listen, to have great takeaways, to say, these are the people in sports with vast experiences. So experience is not something you can buy in the marketplace or pick up in the university. No, it's something you pick up along the line. So I commend this, this summit, and like I said, I'm here to listen, and listen well I will. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks so much, His Excellency. And we're going to get back to you for takeaway and for what is going to happen in Kwara State. Ladies and gentlemen, And the third paper is going to be taken by Engineer George H. Ashiru, was former president of Nigerian Taekwondo Federation, former board member of Nigerian Olympic Committee, vice president, Commonwealth Taekwondo Union. In 1987, All African Games was a silver medal holder and 6 times Nigerian National Championship Taekwondo holder. Join me to welcome Engineer George Ashiru, whose paper is Talent Identification to High Performance, Building a Framework.
Hello, sir. Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for my fellow alumni of the ASMC, the NOC, the president, and very importantly, we thank you, Your Excellency, the Governor of Kwara State, for joining us, and all the other sports technocrats who are here. I will not pretend to be an expert. This is not my original field, but having spent 45 years practicing Taekwondo and, and other sports in Nigeria and the UK, I have been through enough of the different policies of government, and I know how it has affected me and how it has affected the athletes that I have been involved in also promoting via this 45 years. And this experience is unique because to be able to have been a state athlete, a national athlete, a state coach, a national coach, a state association chairman, a national president of a federation gives you the whole gamut of grassroots development from scratch all the way to high performance. And so I just wanted to share with you my thoughts on this. And this paper will be available on the website. It will be linked to the website after this event is all over. Let me quickly run through a few things. Mr. Akinto Kumbadijumo, a very great big brother of mine who's also on this platform, reminded us of the 2018 sports policy, which at the time was not yet approved. And the 3 key areas of it was the promotion of school sports, institutional sports, sports as an integral part of the academic curriculum of all academic institutions. We heard Mr. Kenka mention it, also my boss, Alaji Al-Hazan mentioned it as well. And then the identification and development of these same athletes. So we're looking at a concept, a strategic objective of government, which is to look for people from the very grassroots and take them all the way to the podium. The question that I want to challenge us all today is that, do we actually have a policy framework that connects this like an engineering, like an engineering spoke that ensures that one spoke and the other, when they merge together, is creating the kind of continuity that will produce champions over and over again, and more importantly, that will ensure that the industry itself is well-oiled and growing. So it is this ecosystem that we want to explore in these 15 minutes, finding talents, developing talents, exposing them, giving them podium opportunities. How are we conversing around these matters, and what kind of systems are we putting in place at the 3 tiers of government? So these are the tiers of government that are directly connected with grassroots development. As you can see, it's all been mentioned before, so I'm not going to reinvent the wheel. The school sports are critical. State sports councils have to work with school sports, which is the sports commissions and the sports councils, working with the ministries of education in many cases at the state level, and then trying to coordinate also at the federal level with the grassroots sports division of the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports. So how much of this are interacting with one another? How much of this are sharing data with one another? How much of this are working together with a budget that is all encompassing, such that when federal government says we're spending 20 billion on grassroots development, is actually shared amongst the 3 tiers of government, distributed within this ecosystem, and it is designed to take an athlete from 0 to hero within one single framework. That has been the challenge. So we have states that have their own policies and their own structures. Then we have the federal that has its own policies and structures. The funding is different. We just heard the governor speak. The governor is going to spend money in 2021 on creating the sports commission and is going to fund it. But how much of the structure that he's going to create is going to speak with the high performance reality of Nigeria, the high performance expectations of Team Nigeria. So that data, communication, information gathering, creating a policy framework that merges together as we are trying to create in this diagram, how much of that conversation are we having? Again, what is the symbiosis between the three areas of grassroots development in talent identification? So we have in the very first basis, as Godwin Kenke has already mentioned, schools and street sports is the very first place to find the initial talent. That's where you detect them, you identify them. But then in order for them to grow, you need to put them in the hands of professionals in the state's sports commissions and councils. That's where they get selected, and then there's a simulation. But for the true talent management and promotion, then the highest level of professionalism required. Again, that takes you to the next level, which is where the national federations operate. The national federations onboard your talent from the states, and they try to bring them to the higher level. My experience has shown that it takes about 8 years to take an athlete who is probably about 8 years old to become a good quality national amateur athlete, and another 8 years before he can become an international podium athlete, which means if you discover an 8-year-old athlete, you have to wait till about 24 before they get to their utter peak and prime. And of course, you can shorten this by having a very fantastic policy framework, which is what, again, we're talking about here today. Then what are the funding models to ensure this is happening? Look at what I have here on the slide. I have two inverted pyramids. The first one talks about the ideal funding that the government should be putting into sports. In my opinion, 70% of funding should go into grassroots development. Why? Because we have 200 million Nigerians, 140 million of them are probably under 30. So the amount of money you are going to put into looking for talents amongst the 130 million young Nigerians, compared to the maybe 100 elite athletes that are going to represent Nigeria. What is happening right now is the other model, which is what we call actual funding. We're actually spending more money on taking athletes out of the country to get exposure to compete in international tournaments, spending dollars than we are spending in looking for their replacements back home. So we need to flip the model and use more of the ideal funding, where more money is going to, more money from government especially, is going to grassroots development and amateur athlete development, and less on elite athletes, and let the elite athlete develop an industry which is completely separate. So let me go to the next one, because again, I want to make sure that I'm keeping to my time. I am an apologetic for having a high performance system. Fortunately, I served under the chairmanship of Mrs. Hawa Kulu Akemi when she was the chairperson of the National Task Force for the Development of the High Performance System. So I served under her, and I know that we try to create a robust high performance system, but obviously execution was difficult. And execution is connected to budget, is connected again to legislation. When the structure itself does not support it, it's going to fizzle out. But we can look at this again and create a two-tier system for national sports development, so that talent identification does not end just that you've identified the talents, but you don't really know how to funnel them into high-performing athletes. So I've created here, or maybe I should not say I created, I have taken from experts the necessity to have a two-tier coordinated architecture for taking our athletes from zero again to hero. So this is the schematic of how it looks. If we look at the grassroots funnel, so all of the activities which I've stated in the earlier slide, national federations, the grassroots development department, state sports commission, they are working together to create amateur talents. The talents are funneled into the high performance system, and then the high performance system has the NOC, High Performance Directorate of the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports, or National Sports Commission, as the case may be, and a team of experts, specialists, either from within the Ministry of Sports that are specialists in taking care of high-performing athletes, or we turn into an industry and managed by the NOC and Team Nigeria. So that's the two-tier will work there, and I'll give a reference to why I think this will work. If we look at this chart very carefully, we will see the performance of Nigeria compared to the UK in 4 consecutive Olympics between Atlanta 96 and London 2012. I'm specific about this period because I want you to see the growth. So in Atlanta in 1996, Nigeria won 2 gold medals. And the United Kingdom won 1 gold medal. In Sydney, Nigeria won 1 gold medal, which we received belatedly. But the UK won 11 gold medals. So what happened with the UK that between 96 and 2000, they won 11 gold medals, and we had 2 gold medals stepped down to 1. Something must have happened. Let's take it even further than that. They won an additional 9 gold medals in Athens, and then they went up to 19 in Beijing and 29 in London. And look at Nigeria's growth, 0, 0, 0. So what it means is that we did not have a funnel for taking talents that have been discovered to continue to replicate and duplicate what we did in Atlanta. And it's either a framework problem or an execution problem. So if we are creating talents and we don't have a way to funnel them, or we don't have a framework to ensure that there's a duplication in engineering, if you create the schematics of a car, you can duplicate that car anywhere in the world. As long as you have the diagram, you have the design, you have the 3D model to give it to another engineer, they don't even need to know your language. Once they see it, they will duplicate it. So what kind of architecture do we have that ensure that once we establish something, we can duplicate it? So what the British did was they separated the general administration of sports to the high performance system. So for example, in Taekwondo, so they had the British Taekwondo, then they had UK Taekwondo Limited. They created a completely different entity, and they had professionals, and they had only one job, high performing job. You must make medals. And the results became very obvious, and that's what we're seeing here. So that's two-tier method of taking talents all the way to delivery. Other areas that other areas that I want, yes, sir. Other areas that I want to quickly mention are stated here that are important for grassroots performance and a policy based around it. We have to remember the military is a critical part of grassroots development. We shouldn't look at them only as high-performing teams. They are a part of the people that we need to look at in integrating them. We have a problem right now in educational systems. As a student, I had a difficulty in going for sports events because there was no nexus between my engineering studies and my sports interests. And so I could not get releases from school. I think there has to be a conversation around that. That's very important. It could be legislation within the schools or outside of the school systems. So that's also very important. The NIS has moved from a high performance institute in the 70s. It has now become an academic institution. We have to review whether or not the NIS is going to help us in taking the coaches that we are preparing and the training we are giving them. Is it for grassroots athletes? Is it for academic knowledge? Or is it so that they can go back and prepare high-performing athletes? We need to review that as well. When it comes to funding, in my opinion, again, I'm repeating it here, 70% of the budget that is raised by the federal government, 94% of the budget that is raised for Ministry of Youth and Sports is spent on administration. Only 6% or less on infrastructure, and therefore in all other things that matter when it comes to sports development. We need to review that and maybe create a completely different budget for sports. All right, so rewards and incentives. This is the last slide. Rewards and incentives. There was about 20 years ago, national sports policy that stated that there will be certain benefits and compensations that will come with if you win a medal for Nigeria. Maybe it's $1 million, it is legislated. You will get a national honor, it is legislated. So from childhood, you already know that if I compete for this country, the federal government has stated in a legislation that I will get so and so and so reward. It's not dependent on political office holders, not dependent on time or budget, but it is legislated. That will make a difference to how many people are involved in sports and how far they are ready to go to represent this country to get the results we are looking for. Thank you very much, Professor, and everyone who is listening. Have a fantastic rest of the day.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks so much, Engineer
Thank
Shiru.
you.
And I want the House to know that he played a very crucial role in what we are doing today. Ladies and gentlemen, before I call the next speaker, I want to recognize Mr. Tony Neziaya, the former NOC PRO. You are most welcome.
Prof, please permit me to commend Ashiru for that paper presentation, and also join me to welcome this young man, Tony Nezanya. I'm anxious to listen to him, and thank you for choosing Ashiru to speak.
Thanks so much. Please, I'm now going to no other person. We've been listening to everybody. We've been listening to. It has been. We have not listened to any feminine voice, and I want to make sure that we listen to an individual. And I know many of us we are conversant with her. She's an astute sports administrator and a holder of MSc in sports management from Abu. She worked with the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sport for 35 years, spanning across various federations and directorates. I can tell you that this woman has contributed immensely to the development of sports in this country. Many of us can testify to it. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Awakulu Akiemi, and she's going to share with us her experience for this past 35 years, preservation and follow-up programs in grassroots sports development, experience at the federal level. Over to you, madam. You are most welcome.
We cannot hear anything again.
You can't hear her?
Yes, sir.
You cannot hear her. Ms. Akiemi?
Are you hearing me now?
Ms. Akiemi?
Are you hearing me?
Yes, ma'am.
We can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. So I want to appreciate the effort of our coordinator, Professor Faso, Tando, and Ashiru, for making today a reality. What actually attracted me to this program is the fact that we agreed that there should be a paradigm shift. We are all ready to do things differently so we can have different results. All of us know the problem of grassroots sports development in this country. We are well aware of it. We have a lot of reports. We have a lot of committees reports. Right? Ogbemudia's report, Omerua's report, and all of that. They all gave their recommendation. Personally, I believe that papers with recommendations and all of that from experience is not going to really take us from where we are to where we want to be. The experience is that all those recommendations, they are not implemented. We just set up the committees, we get the report, we read it, and then that is it. So my own idea is that we should shift from what is the problem to what is the solution. We have been having this kind of conversation for over 3 decades. We reel out the problems, and then nothing has really changed, which is why we are where we are today. So I think we should look more at the solution. What do we do moving forward? We know where we are. We know where we want to go. But how do we get there? I think that one is key. And when we make our recommendations, we are all here, we know what we have on ground. We should try to make it, it should be practical, it should be sincere, it should be what is doable. Because if we give recommendations that we don't have the wherewithal to implement, as far as I'm concerned, we'll just put the paper in the shelf and the same old story continues. So what I'm going to do is to just look at those areas. And like I said, I'm looking at our multi-sports competitions, the talents we identified during those competitions, and what happened to them. In 2012, the planning department of the ministry went to ECO 2012. They came back with a report and they had over 200 athletes identified. So what happened to them? Out of these 200 athletes that were identified in 2012, where are they today? Who moved forward? And where? To where? There's no structure on ground to say, oh, okay, if I live here, if I'm identified here, this is where I'm going. And then one thing again, we know this country, we know the situation we have with the facilities in all the states and local governments of this country. So chances are that most of the athletes that comes out of these states, they are coming out in sports that they have the facility. They don't have, the opportunity to like try their hands in maybe 3-4 sports. And then the technical crew to say, oh, okay, in these 4 sports, this guy is better in this one than the other one. So what I think we see, for instance, I'm from Ida, so the only thing we have there is maybe the handball court. And so the only sports I can go to try my hands on, all the children out there, is handball. And so if Kogi State that picked them as handball player, and then they are identified during one of these multi-sports competitions, what do we do to them? Does it mean that the sports that the person is good at is only handball? So I feel that when we identify athletes from our multi-sports national competition, there should be a need to camp them for like 3-4 months to put them in their proper sports. And when any athlete is identified at a younger age and put in a proper sport, I think they will stay more, they will do well. What we have is somebody doing well after 4-5 years, marks 10, fit, they are out of the stage. And then because we don't have this pool of athletes that will take over from the elite athletes, you discover that one person can stay for 20-25 years. And it's not as if the person is doing great at the international competition in terms of winning medals. So I don't really have a paper I'm reading from. I discussed with the coordinator because I've been involved in a lot of family events recently. So what I think should be done is that we should advocate for a very strong synergy between either NSC or Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports and Ministry of Education. And that should happen at the state level as well. And then when we are doing this, taking our own environment into consideration, we should not forget that we have a lot of athletes that are out of school. We should look at what do we do with those ones? And then I think again that this idea of running all sports and we don't have the wherewithal to deal with it. We should have our priority sports. When the high performance system came, we had about 5-6 sports. So taking the population of this country into consideration, how many sports will be our priority sports? So even when we identify athletes in all other sports, where the funds are expended should be on these priority sports. And these priority sports should be the sports that Nigeria has competitive advantage over other countries. We have been going for the Youth Olympic Games. What do we do there? And again, I think the high performance system is a must for us. And if we cannot even have full-blown high-performance centers in all the zones of the country, we should at least try to have center of excellence in some sports that are endemic in the zones. I know we have the wrestling one in Bielsa and the one in Rivers State for athletics. We should try. Lagos State, for instance, should look at table tennis. And then we should, the ministry should engage in exchange program through our bilateral relations with other countries. That way we'll be able to benefit and try to close this infrastructural gap. And I think coming out of this event today, we should be able to have a workable and implementable resolution. And we should be able to have the ones that we can do quickly and pass it on to the ministry. And the ministry and the NOC can come together and look at it. And then we can say that we have achieved something today. I think that is all I have to contribute in this. We must have the quick fit session, especially coaches. I mentioned the fact about bringing all the athletes identified from our national multi-sports competition together. If you bring them together, who is going to look after them? You know, like my colleague mentioned, as we are here, we don't have a department for coaching. How many coaches do we even have at the national level? And the ones that we have in other sports, not football, how vast are they in the sports that they are coaching athletes on? So I don't think I will exhaust my 15 minutes, but this is what I have to contribute to this event. And thank you for having me and giving me the opportunity to be part of this very important discussion.
Thanks so much. We're proud of you. I want to thank you for coming on board. Before we go to the plenary
Prof,
session.
Can I make a comment on just
okay,
a quick comment?
Thank
you very much. I thank Hawa for her presentation, and I like the part about doing the same thing the same way and expecting a different result. However, the fact that she says the committee reports are put away and never seen is the fault of the bureaucrats, because they do not want a new minister to read the report and have a roadmap of his own. They want a plain canvas where they can put all the ideas into his head. 3 months after Dare came on, he had not seen the Sports Reform Committee report until I met him. He hadn't seen it. Secondly, the reason we accepted to be part of the Sports Reform Committee was because we wanted to provide solutions. Some of the solutions that my brother Ashuru mentioned are already in the Sports Committee report, where if you win an Olympic medal or if you win a Commonwealth medal. So the major point, this is my last point, the major point is that sports should not revolve around bureaucrats and ministries. It's a private sector event. It's a private sector thing. That's why the British people did it took it to a limited level where they could get sponsorships and all that. The ministry cannot go get sponsorships because they're government. Now,
thank you very much. Let me just quickly add one thing. My brother Kienka, the point I'm making is that some of those recommendations, they are not something that can be quickly fixed. We don't have what it takes to do it on ground. So what I'm saying is that when you give resolution, just look at the country. We all know what we have on ground, and then carve out something that can be implementable. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Please, let's go ahead because of our time. I want to recognize the presence of Dr. Larry Glover. You are most welcome. We all know him and for his contribution to sports development in Nigeria. You are most welcome, and particularly Anbo. And also, I want to recognize the presence of Mr. Desula, the PRO of Nigeria Olympic Committee. It's my singular honor to bring on board the Secretary General of Nigeria Olympic Committee, Mr. Olabanji Oladapo, and he's going to talk to us briefly on Nigerian Olympic Committee Grassroots Sports Development Initiative through this Olympic African Center. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to everyone. Sports editors and professionals, I'm happy to be here. Let me just add one thing to the introduction you gave. Dr. Larry Grover is a trustee of Nigeria Olympic Committee. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Olympic Africa is the topic. The day after he was elected head of the IOC, President Juan Antonio Samaranch wondered whether the Olympic movement should get involved in assisting developing countries through their youth policies. He conceived the Olympic Africa program devised and implemented by the Senegalese architect Ibrahim Maye. The sport development and grassroots development have been one thing in Africa, one way or the other, not only in Nigeria that we have problems, but also there have been efforts to bring out the best out of it. The first center was built in Omani, Senegal, and was inaugurated in November 1988. The center was named after Juan Antonio Samaranch in February 1990. In September 1992, the Association of National Olympic Committee of Africa in a short script and NOC adopted a resolution to form the Olympic Africa Foundation, which was established on June 23, 1993 in Lausanne, under the effective chairmanship of President Samaranch. So simultaneously, he was president of IOC and also headed the Olympic Africa Foundation. And we will see its effect as we go along. The Olympic Africa Center are generally composed of a basic athletic track, football field, multipurpose playing field, locker rooms, and an office. In effect, it's a small place that young Africans or Nigerians or whichever country you are usually go to. Some of us who grew up in Lagos, we remember some places in Lagos in those days where we go to in the morning to play, either you play football or you do athletics or you play table tennis. That's more or less, that was the concept of Ibrahim Maye, which metamorphosed into Olympic Africa International Foundation. To date, centers have been opened and are operational in over 37 African countries. The objective of the center was to have a multidimensional accommodating structure that will harmoniously blend sports, education, culture, and development for the area's citizens. Goals of the program. The intended targets of Olympic Africa program can be summed up as follows. To set up economic, though operational and attractive, makeshift social and socio-educational mini complexes to encourage young people to return to and stay where they belong. If I expand further on that one, the intention was to have small place where sports can bring them together, can bring youth together, and other activities can take place in that area. In fact, in some countries, they have classes. They have classes in some countries so that schooling takes place in a small part of the area. So those are some of the things that are coming on. To use the popular impact of sports to motivate sports fans while offering them sustainable development-oriented activities. This gave back to supporters club in some other countries. Because when you are watching handball, you are watching basketball, you are watching other sports, you get together and people talk about it, and eventually they have relationship with each other and development and the growth of supporters club in some countries. Senegal in particular came into being to get youth and underprivileged people involved in non-conventional self-managed educational programs. Some countries are lucky that sponsors walk into by watching some of these kids develop interest in the sports and develop interest in individuals, through which they blossom. And in the modern term, they now encourage scouts to come to the place where one or two people are picked up, and some of the stars in Africa that have benefited from this particular program. To foster the advent of young talent through local activity programs provided by Olympic Africa. Some of these development, which led to the activities which blossomed through the Olympic Africa, are crafting, tie and dye, vocational training, poetry. They are all over. So it's sports that bring them together. But people have found their living through this process. Partnership, international cooperation with the wealth of financial and technical support of the IOC, NOC, Daimler-Benz, international sports federations such as World Athletics, and many other partners. The Olympic Africa Foundation has been actively involved in improving the standards of living millions of people in the country. They say millions of young people, which actually grow into their parents and family and becomes money-spinning activity for their parents and for their family and for the country. All the managers, and to the lesser extent the instructors of the center, are trained by the foundation through modules which include management of the center and of sports, cultural and economic programs, knowledge of the Olympic movement, strengthening of peace and youth supervision. Sporting activities. In addition to daily activities and self-developed projects at the center, the foundation has financed programs such as Daimler Football Cup, the IBA Maye Championship, and the World Athletic School Oriented Program. These sports programs enable a lot of talented youngsters to be discovered, who will later join sports clubs affiliated to relevant national federations. This is how several young athletes, supervised by the center, have distinguished themselves in national, continental, and international competition. The Nigerian experience. To date, Nigeria currently has 2 centers located in Lagos and Muwodotu, established in August 30th, 2006, and Port Harcourt, University of Port Harcourt, established August 28, 2012. I'm happy that you have Dr. Glover in our midst, who was part of the people that established Yamu. He was in the executive when I fought through the system to ensure that we have Olympic Africa in Nigeria. Because the other African countries that were benefiting at that time were the Francophones. And they believe that Nigeria have the money, have everything, have it all. They don't need a center that's supposed to provide for the poor, like Olympic Africa in Nigeria. So it took a lot of effort to fight the gang up, and thank God we were able to establish the Abu World of It on August 30th, 2006. The Lagos Center has supporting facilities which include a football pitch, which is called like the stadium site, athletic tracks, indoor sports court, skateboard, and office space. While the Port Harcourt Center has a football pitch, athletic tracks, skateboard, table tennis, indoor hall for wrestling, and multi-purpose courts for basketball, volleyball, tennis, and badminton. The Lagos Hall actually had indoor sports hall. But for one thing or the other, we don't need to discuss about that. Been disused, and efforts are now being made to see how the Olympic Africa Center can be turned around again. Sports activities and programs conducted in the centers over the years include Damda Football Club, which is a yearly event, Iban Baye Championship, Football Net Championship, Ebamaye sponsorship. The fact of the case is that, and I will confess openly that the Port Harcourt Center has seen more development and more opportunities than the Lagos Center, which was neglected for a long time. This is more or less the structure, sketchy structure of the Lagos Center. And if we look at it closely, we will see that this is where we have the tennis courts, and in 3 layers, this is the sports field with athletics, like a track, but it's not a tartan track. It's a man-made track.
Be rounding up, sir. Be rounding up, sir. Be rounding up, sir.
Okay. So we have those sports facilities in the Olympic Africa Center in Lagos and in Port Harcourt. The advantage of this is part of the sports development and to grow the youth. And I hope if the federations can actually tap into it, that will be useful to us. Thank you for the opportunity. And I believe some of us are just hearing about Olympic Africa for the first time. If there are other questions, you can be provided. And since Professor Ken is among us here, it can also be useful to some of us if we have questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, sir. The Secretary General Nigeria Olympic Committee, we are so happy with that one. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a session now, which I want to appeal to those who are going to speak to us. Yes, sir. Okay, Jonathan.
Yeah, can you permit me to chip in 1 or 2 words about Olympic Africa?
Okay, go on.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you, Secretary General, for this wonderful presentation. Actually, Olympic Africa is a baby of ANOCA. I'm happy to also inform all of us here that we even have more partners now coming into Olympic Africa. We have the Barcelona Football Club, which has also joined as partner and also sponsoring some events. We have the tech ball sports, you know, the tech ball, the new sports now evolving in the world. And then we also have now a German outfit company who has come on board to support Olympic Africa. I'm also happy to announce to you that at the NOCA level, for this quadrennial, 2021 to 2024, NOCA has again increased the budget allocated to Olymp Africa by 30%. So it means NOCs will have more funding to be able to carry out their activities in Olymp African Center. Also, referring to Nigeria, I would like to suggest, if permitted, that the NOC should try to have a synergy with the School Sports Federation and the community where the Olymp African centers are being cited. I think that synergy will also allow the youth from the community to benefit from the facility and from the funding available from ANOCA to support their programs. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, the Director of Finance for ANOCA and my co-program. We go back to our discussion, and that plenary session has to do with what some of us we've been saying now, the role of educational institutions, clubs, and communities in grassroots sports development in Nigeria. And three people, I want to make an appeal to them because of time factor. When it is 5 minutes, I'm going to tell them to be rounding up. The first person there is Dr. Mrs. Oluwasomi Oluyomi. She grew up under the tutelage of Mr. Enitan Oshodi and the likes of Lady Jitunumbu. She became the first woman to head Lagos FA soccer, FA in Lagos State there. And we're having, it's also an alumnus of Advanced Sports Management Program. We're having Mr. Okime Undasule, who is the coordinator of sports in Federal University, Lokoja. And we have Coach Sheyi Oyebode, that's an household name, Green Spring. If you have seen somebody who has contributed much to sports and education, we need to go to Coach Sheyi Oyebode of his fame at Green Spring School there. The likes of Kano and Co. He brought coaches all over from Man U, mentioned them to Nigeria to have this summer coaching for soccer. It's my pleasure to welcome the three of them, and I'm appealing to them to keep to time. We're going to take their paper in the other papers which we're going to present at the end of this program. So over to you, Dr. Mrs. Oluwasomi. And she's also the director of school sports, Lagos State Sports Commission.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning, ma.
It's my pleasure, my honor to be at this webinar. And the topic before us this morning is the role of educational institutions in grassroots sports. And because of the time allotted, we will not be able to go through the table of content. But I will quickly go to the role of educational institutions as identified in this paper. Several roles are expected from educational institutions, but this paper has been able to identify 8 points, 8 roles, and also focuses on primary and secondary school institutions. Number 1 point is that educational institutions serve as platform for the identification of this and discovery and nurturing of talent at the grassroots. When we look at the events like principal sports, inter-sport competitions, Milo Basketball Championship, NNPC Share Cup competition, a lot of athletes have been discovered through these channels. But unfortunately, most of these competitions are not available anymore. So we will be looking, but when we get to the recommendation, if time permits, that we need to
Dr. Luasami, are you still on? Dr. Luasami?
No audio again.
I think we lost
audio
her.
again.
Please unmute your mic.
I told you unmute your mic, Dr. Luasami. Okay, if we are running into a problem, can we call on Mr. Okime Sule? Can we call on Mr. Sule? We can come back to Mr. Luasami because of our time. Mr. Fadeli, can you hook us up to Sule? Mr. Sule, are you there? Mr. Sule.
It's not online, sir.
I'm sorry. Sule is not online. What of Coach Oyebode? What of Coach Oyebode?
It's online, sir.
Okay, Coach Oyebode, over to you.
Good morning, everybody.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's a great privilege and my pleasure to be part of this wonderful
Good
team.
morning, sir.
And hello.
Go on.
We are here.
And I want to appreciate that. What I've been given is to talk about the role of educational institution, club, and community in grassroots sports development. I just quickly highlighted the role, but I believe we all know most of all this that we have highlighted, but the most important thing is the synergy between the three roles. The educational higher institution develop the professional and academic development, capacity building, structure and policy development, and also scientific development. So we can see how important the roles of higher institution. Then the clubs are development of sports program, development of training program, funding of sports activities, exposure of talent. Then you have the community, provision of sports facilities, organization and coordination of sporting events, representative to other national and international sports organization. But as you can see, there is an established synergy between the three. But I want to talk about transition and the foundation between the three, which is very, 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 very important. You will agree with me that if you are talking about sports development without human resources, and which the higher institutions serve as the basis, now the challenge before us now, as a professional sports educator, we find it very difficult to even have genuine coaching and coaches in the system. And even in the school system, most of our lecturers never had that background of sport. They are just looking for an avenue for survival coming into the mainstream of sport. So if you have a situation whereby you have open market, where there is free entry, free access, things may be uncoordinated. And that is where we find ourselves today. And that has been the major bane of sports development. I just want to quickly look at the arrays of talent that we have in the house this morning, the array of human capacity that we have in this house this morning. And I want to ask a question.
Hello, Coach. Hello.
Sir.
Hello, Coach.
Hello, sir. Sir?
Please, can you do me a favor?
Okay, sir.
Hello, can you do me a favor? Can you pick one of these summer school program organized by you in Green Spring with coaches from abroad? Can you tell us? Hello?
That is where I'm going to, sir.
You just give an example because there's a governor is here and some other people they are there. This structure you put down, which we can build on. Please tell us that one.
That is where I'm going. So my major area is mentoring. Mentoring, that is where what I'm talking about this morning. And that is what we can do to help the situation. I'm a product of Professor Fasson, and I'm going back to produce a lot of people. That is a link already being generated. And I want to see the situation whereby we have a lot of mentees being mentored by many of us in order to pass on the kind of ideas that we have. Now, what we do, we are able to send 7 coaches in Nigeria to UK to understudy an academy. They came back with the good news, but we just discovered that we are only able to do it only in football. Now we have established another 12 now. They are currently going through virtual training, and they will be going to UK in May, by the grace of God, hoping that the pandemic will subside this year. They are going to be getting first certification, and they will have international affiliation. If we can start doing this and even go to the university, that is one of the things we should be doing. We are going to do now. We've discussed with the University of Lagos PE department. We want to go on full mentoring to see the numbers of children, numbers of students that we can help, so that before they graduate, they are already equipped with what it takes to run sports development.
Thanks so much, Coach. We are going to make use of your paper. We are going to come back to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going back to our discussion now. And I'm going to call on Dr. Kweku Adedayo Tando. You can see a medical doctor turned a practicing sport executive. He is the immediate past executive chairman of Lagos State Sports Commission, a trained medical doctor, former special assistant to the Honorable Minister of Sports, former director of Sports Lagos State, Sports Council, and I know of this function which he performed as Secretary General, Local Organizing Committee of a CODE 2012 National Sports Festival. Over to you, Dr. Tando. 15 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Fasson. First of all, let me welcome His Excellency. Paper that I'm speaking to today is institutional responsibilities in grassroots sports development. I think I'm sharing the screen now. Can you all see the screen?
Yes, you can see it. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
We can see it, sir.
Grassroots sports. Which are these and relationships? First of all, there is no doubt for us to excel in sports, there must be a deliberate. We see examples of countries that have succeeded in this area. If you look at the UK, for their grassroots sports development, they have focused on the borough and county systems. Their boroughs are like maybe what I'll call like the areas we have in a particular state, and then the counties are like the local.
I can't hear you, doctor.
I think it's offline.
Hello? Please unmute. Dr. Tando. Go on. Dr. Tando? Hello, Dr. Tando? Okay. I think we better. Okay. Go on, Dr. Tando. Doc? Are we okay? I hope we have not lost him there. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are...
Dr. Tando needs to restart.
To restart, Abi?
While
we are doing that, just... hello? Is he back?
No, can't see him.
You can't see him as... Okay,
hello,
he started again. He's back. Okay, he's back.
He's back online now.
He's back. Okay. Please go ahead, Dr. Tando.
I am back, sir.
Hello? Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, can you hear me all? Can you hear me all?
Okay, okay,
yeah,
go,
we can hear you now.
Yes.
Can hear you now.
What happened?
I can hear you.
Yes, go ahead.
This is what we have in terms of that introduction. What systems do we have in place?
The network won't go again.
I am back, sir. Prof.
I think share screens can be problematic sometimes, so maybe he should just
let him read. Let him read without sharing the screen.
Let him just read it without sharing the screen.
Okay, thanks so much. Doc.
That's why they always give slide for another person to share.
Yeah, Simon, I think you should share from the NOC end. Samuel, I mean.
Are we still on?
Can't see, doctor.
We're still on, but yeah. I think you should just go read out and then just forget the sharing of the screen. Maybe that will help.
Or he can just summarize.
Professor Fasan, sir, can we go to the next paper since Mr. Felix Awogu is ready? Can we just go to Mr. Felix Awogu, sir?
Sorry, please. Now I'm calling on Mr. Felix Awogu. Like I said, he's an alumnus of Obafemi Awolowo University. He had a diploma in sports management from WIT Business School. He started his career with Minaj Broadcasting International. He was general manager of Super Sports West Africa and currently executive head, studio and event, MultiChoice Nigeria, and also a member of Economic Summit Group and board member of Basketball Federation of Nigeria. Over to you, Mr. Felix.
Yes, a pleasure, Prof. First, let me say regards to everybody, especially His Excellency, for making out time to be part of this discourse. My topic is the place of media in grassroots sports development. The big question is, how and when does the media come into sports as a business? You ask yourself, what does the Nigerian media write about currently, and how do we fix it? If you look at the paper, it's all about English Premier League, it's all about the foreign leagues and all that. How do we get the media to start writing about the local league and how, or the local sports, as it may be? First of all, you have to create a product that is attractive, a product that people want to see. I decided to say, let's talk, because we all have sports administrators, people who make influence, who have a lot of influence in sports development in the country. Let me give you an example. For years as a broadcaster, we decided to be partners with the Nigerian League. We put in an average of about 5 billion naira a year in the league. But really what happened? Over time, we did not sell decoders. And that's what I keep telling people, it's a business. And there's what I call a romantic relationship between sports and television. If we don't get it working well, of course, we won't remain there for a very long time. So for 10 years, we partnered, we did a lot with the local league, and of course, to a large extent, Basketball Federation. But we didn't have a proper return on investment. Return on investment is not just the money, it's ability to sell our own products. And if this is not happening to us as a business, then we have a huge problem. We've also done a couple of things with table tennis and what have you. So the first question, like I keep saying, is what happens in the classroom translates on the field of play. And that is why I'm happy with this type of engagement with administrators, because it really helps. Because if you don't get it out right from the classroom, you won't get it right on the football, on the television area. So what are the role of administrators to deliver good products for television? I think one of the most important things for sports administrators is develop and maintain comprehensive grassroots programs. If there are no programs, there is nothing for the media to report. Develop and maintain club and federal state structures. Develop and maintain series of national teams. Invest in international competitiveness. If there is no competition, really, there's nothing for the media to report. Develop and attract top-class players through coaching and playing competitive salaries to associations. So if you look at, I always take Nigerian football because it's still the king of sports. Over the years, there has been dramatic shifts. A lot of sportsmen leave. They don't even stay 2-3 seasons. If you're the highest goal scorer this season, you leave. And the question is, why is it happening? If I'm going to watch Rangers, I'm not going to watch Rangers, I'm going to watch the stars in Rangers. If we don't have stars in the local league or in local sports, there's nothing to talk about. So there must be a deliberate attempt by all stakeholders to say, okay, how do we maintain stars in the league? Because we are not coming there to watch just the name Rangers or the Super Eagles or Nigerian Tennis Federation. We're coming to identify, and that is what the youths really identify. And if we don't have stars, I give you a typical example. I have a 17-year-old son who is 6'7", and every day he tells me he wants to play football. And I say, hey, at 6'7", why are you playing football? It's because what is in the front burner has been football in Nigerian media, and not just Nigerian football, but international sport. They talk about Man U, they talk about the other thing. So we need to shift the way it is. And if you say television is the biggest funder of sports in this country, we have to identify the right sports, because it's all about return on investment. If I'm writing about boxing in Nigeria, how many people will buy it, buy my newspaper? So there is some special interest. So these are some of the things we need to fix as sports major stakeholders, because if we don't identify it, we will just keep beating around the bush. And like I said, there's limits at how much government can put in sports. So what is the biggest payers of sports business today is television. I don't know how how long that will last, but these are some of the things we as players in the industry need to. It will need, because if in a soccer match, for instance, there are 80,000 people or 60,000 people watching, the major crowd is at home, and that is what the sponsors want to identify with. It's not about the people on the stadium, it's about the people at home who are interested. How do we shift that interest? We talked about facilities, and I always ask, what does the Nigerian middle class want to see? We want to go to soccer matches, we want to go to some events and watch. How many of us can take our families, our children to Agege Stadium or any of the stadium where there are no proper facilities like toilet, a place to relax? Incidentally, I was part of Ikorodu United. We tried to build a model club in Lagos. We grew it, and for the first time, we decided to sell season tickets. And in season tickets, we made about 70 million naira for that first season. What we did was simple: create a very comfortable environment for those high paying, for those season ticket holders, where we serve drinks. We just made some basic changes to the norm in Nigeria. Because if you don't give back, if you don't say, hey guys, this is what we have to offer you in return for you coming to the stadium: clean environment, ability for us to have our families sit down together in the weekend, or our girlfriends or boyfriends, whatever, and really enjoy a sporting activity. If we don't do this, it will be very difficult. And that is really what television is all about. So if we don't get some of these basics right, and television does not report you, you will not have sponsorship. And of course, also, you will not tweet till government interest in sports, because these are very basic fundamentals if we have to keep developing and pushing on our sports business as it should be. And again, I'm happy that His Excellency is here. If you invest properly in sports, you know what happens? You are saving on healthcare. You're also encouraging people to be fit. It becomes a culture in the long run, which really helps. And like I keep saying, television, the media, it's all about selfish interest. If there's nothing selfish about it, forget it. We're not going to come into it. I will say, okay, fine, maybe we have the government stations who has responsibility to air some of this. But if you're airing a product and nobody is watching, I mean, for God's sake, it does not help. It does not help our business. So for us in the television industry, we need to have a proper and a good quality product. And once we have that,
is the guy there? The MC guy is coming. Is water leaking?
Hello, sorry. And so if we have to create a proper integrity for our sporting codes and ability to deliver good quality organization and content, of course, you will attract the media. And once you attract the media, it also has its own advantage. What happens? Sponsors get interested. A lot of interest, people begin to come to watch some of those events. And of course, and that's where you begin to make a little stream of income. And of course, the most important thing is the bigger audience outside of those facilities, which are home. Those are the things you are selling. Media's business is not to help you develop sports. It's also to become a partner in growing the sport, because there are interests. You are going to make money. They are going to also have return on investment, because people will have to patronize the media. So it is not a one-way relationship. It's a two-way relationship. And that's why I keep saying training of administrators to understand the nuances, the basics, and the need for media, and respect the fact that it's not just beyond your athletes. It's also about the bigger picture. The bigger picture is how, and the return on investment. How do we make money? How do we attract money? And how do we use this money to improve the lots of our athletes? And of course, once that happens, of course, it's developed. A case example is Nigerian Football Federation. We are the biggest exporters of football, as of last week. But really, what is the return? How does it impact on the environment? If football is the king sport, if they get it right, it will dovetail to other sports. We sell players everywhere, but we have the cheapest rates.
I'm in a program. I'm in an online program coordinating.
So we're the biggest exporters of footballers in the world currently. But what is the quality of our exports? The first issue we have not addressed is that our footballers go for as little as $100,000, $50,000. But in Republic of Benin and Ghana, the players go for $2-3 million per year. The question is, why are we selling so cheap? And why are we not retaining our stars to grow them and mature them before they leave the country? I'll give you a case of Ndidi, who left for as little as $600,000, and in 6 months moved for 17 million. Imagine the amount of money that would have come into the system. So these are some of the things we need to address. We need to look at and say, okay, how do we improve the quality? Clubs, Kwara United, Rangers International sell players every year. But there's been a fundamental problem in some of these movements. The problem is that individuals own the players. And so the clubs do not benefit from the sales and the foreign currencies accruable to some of these clubs. If we don't fix that, if there's no legislation, especially from football bodies and ministry, to say, guys, we have to stop this. If you are coming to play for Kwara United or Enyimba or whatever, the club has to own 80% of you, otherwise you go. I can't expose you, develop you, and when I sell you for $500,000, the whole money accrues to an academy or an individual, and no money goes to those clubs. So if we don't change the dynamics, if we don't change it, there'll be no money. Because if this inflow goes into the clubs, then they begin to develop academies. They begin to develop, invest in grassroots. And that is where you have, like the other speaker said, we have the flow, the people that will come in tomorrow and develop this football. So to me, that's some of the things we need to clean up. We need to clean up the integrity of the whole entire sports system to attract proper media attention and, of course, some funding. Thank you.
I think we have much to learn from that paper, and I can assure you I'm going to get back to you before we finish there. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to recognize the presence of Bola Urudele, the Secretary General of NUGA, and I also want to recognize Mr. Tunde Bank Anthony. Please, you are most welcome. Before we come to Dr. Tando, I want to go to Professor Ken Anuweji. He's a physician and he's a professor of sports science. He's a professor of sports science and medicine, director of Uniport Sports Institute, and director of African Athletics Development Center, Uniport. And I can tell you, he's one of those that presented paper in 2012 presidential retreats in Abuja. Over to you. Professor Ken, over to you.
Please unmute your mic.
Professor Ken?
Professor Ken, sir, please unmute your mic.
Professor Ken?
Unmute your mic, sir.
Yes, unmute your mic. He has not done that one.
Okay. He has done it now, sir.
Okay. Over to you. Yes. Over to you. Go on. Okay, wants to share.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be among such a distinguished audience today. I want to thank Professor Fasson for enlisting me onto this program and to declare that I have no conflict of interest in this presentation. Everything I'm going to say here is from a personal, professional experience. The topic that has been assigned to me today is developing a strategic pathway for grassroots sports, a case study of the African Athletics Development Center at the University of Port Harcourt. By way of introduction, it is the aspiration of every athlete to excel in their chosen sport. And I know that coaches and administrators share that aspiration. There are several approaches to achieve a winning formula in sports, and many speakers have gone through all of them. Godwin Nkieka's International Academy, Iwodegbami's school, sports school. The high performance sports training model is a global model for athlete development. In this paper, I'm going to present a cumulative cross-sectional study to examine the impact of the AADC situated at the University of Port Harcourt on grassroots sports. By way of background information, the AADC Port Harcourt was established by the then International Federation of Athletics Associations, now World Athletics, in 2014 as a performance center for the training of athletes from the grassroots level to the elite level. This center was proposed to Nigeria in 2008. For some bureaucratic bottlenecks and other reasons, the offer was not taken up by Nigeria. Until 2014, it was about to be taken to Ghana before the intervention of Chief Solomon Oba, who was president of the Athletics Federation, as well as Mr. Tieno Diak, who is the CEO of the Olymp Africa Foundation that our SG Banji mentioned here, with the reason that since there was already an Olymp Africa Center, it was only proper to locate the high performance center there for a seamless transition from the adolescent stage to the youth ranks. Many speakers have defined grassroots sports, so I'll just skip it. And the elite athlete, well, performs at a high performance level and has the potential for competing at the Olympics and the potential to compete as a professional. Let me give a brief overview of the high performance training model. It is a science-based training. I repeat, is it a science-based training with the focus on the physiological development of the athlete, the psychological development of the athlete, and the nutritional development of the athlete. I'll pause here to refer to the beautiful analysis made by Engineer George Ashiru about how our fortunes have regressed over the years. And I want to tell him that one of the factors is that we no longer have the athletes of the requisite physique, requisite somatotype that we used to have then because of other factors outside sports. Every sport has the ideal physique for participation. Height and growth is one of those. The ultimate height of an individual is determined genetically to about 70% to 80%. The others are health and nutrition, and that is what we provide at the center. I'll come back to that. We are organized in the following way. The center is funded by the World Athletics in conjunction with the Confederation of African Athletics, and is supervised by a governing board. In the memorandum of agreement that was signed, facilitated by Mrs. Hawa Kulu Akiyemi, I must give kudos to her for her untiring efforts. It was signed in Rabat, Morocco in 2014. The federal government of Nigeria was supposed to provide counterpart funding for the center. But as I'm talking to you up until this moment, no one kobo has come from that angle. What we have now is the CAA, and of course, the University of Port Harcourt that graciously built a beautiful residential accommodation for the trainees. It was a residential program. The center is headed by a director, which is myself, and we have other personnel. The staff is a diverse group of professionals who function primarily in sports science and sports medicine. And they span through exercise physiology, biomechanics, nutrition, psychology, recovery, prevention and management of sports injuries, performance analysis, strength and conditioning, talent identification, and career education. Let me point out here before I forget that as we are talking today, the 23rd of January, there is no single certified strength and conditioning coach in any sport in Nigeria. The qualifications to join the staff of the center, you require the highest professional qualifications. Right now, as I'm talking to you, there is no single Nigerian who is resident in Nigeria that possesses the highest certified coaching qualification in any international federation. And of course, we also have we also engage people with the highest academic qualification. You cannot talk about nutrition without being a sports nutritionist or a sports psychologist for psychology. Anyway, as Mrs. Hawa pointed out in her own speech, we also have a scope. We don't embrace all the events in athletics because of our peculiar circumstances. We have been assigned the sprints, that is the 100 meters, 200 meters include, and 400 meters, and the hurdles, especially, of course, on the short hurdles and the long hurdles. And then the jumps, the horizontal jumps, long jump, triple jump, and the vertical jump, high jump, and then the throws, discus, javelin, and shot put. The other grade of personnel are the athletes themselves, the trainees. Enrollment starts at the age of 17, and which makes it possible for us to easily take over the promising athletes we have brought up at the Olymp Africa Center level. How do we enroll athletes? There are 3 methods of enrollment. There's talent identification that we carry out through testing. There are very many models of talent identification in the world, but unfortunately, there is none that is applied in Nigeria. In April 2018, I was invited by University of Algiers 2 to conduct a talent identification seminar for PE teachers in Algiers. And it was a very, very exciting experience. And I was being asked, do you do this in your country? It was difficult for me to answer. What we do in Nigeria is talent selection. We go to inter-house sports, we go to junior competitions, we see those who have excelled at that level, then we take them in. Because we don't carry out extensive talent identification, we tend to also take in those we select at the DK Olukoya, the National Youth Games, and such competitions. The third methodology is the recommendation by state associations and referrals by friends of the center. At this point, I want to emphasize that a natural talent only means the potential to perform at a top level, and that potential is determined by the biomotor abilities possessed by the athlete and required for that sport. A talent remains a talent unless it is developed, and that's what we do at the center with these programs. The physiological development of biomotor abilities. We develop speed, strength, endurance, flexibility, and agility as a baseline. Then there's a technical development of sports skills carried out by the coaches. Then we develop strategies when it is required. There's also the psychological development, building up the mental capacity of the trainees in the right direction. And of course, we give instructions on character, values, and attitudes, without which you can never produce a well-rounded athlete. The ultimate goal is to improve the physical, technical, and psychological levels of the athletes to optimal levels, and to develop a controlled training program to assure maximal performance at the right level. The key word here is controlled training program. There is no deliberate sports training program right now in Nigeria. Rather, what we have is a random, unplanned manner that is difficult to be fixed by just a few weeks of a training camp preparing for competitions. A training camp, which we call camping in Nigeria, is supposed to act as a lead up to an event, not to house athletes for 6 months, 3 months, and name them. Those things are boring and are usually counterproductive. Performance in our trainees is determined in the various ways. We monitor the training response of the athletes periodically by evaluating the same biomotor abilities that are the key performance indices. We organize time trials. We want to find out whether there has been any noticeable significant improvement in the endurance, in the speed, in the strength, in the flexibility, in the agility of the athlete. Then we encourage them to take part in competitions where we find out whether the performance targets have been met. If the performance targets have been met, are the desired results achieved? Have they been able to take it further to the international level? Those are the things we find out. And let me point out here that in 1994, Baker and others proved extensively that novice athletes can benefit from any form of training if they are still under 1 year of tutelage. That is what is deceiving us. In the first 1 year, no matter what we throw at the athlete, they show sparks of improvement, and we say, oh, we are going in the right direction. And as Hawa pointed out, year after year, the athletes stagnate. When we notice that, we review the goals, we review the objectives, and then we can change strategies if it is necessary.
3 minutes to go, 3 minutes.
Please let me point out that training can never exceed the genetically determined attributes of an individual. The observations, there are selected results from national competitions here. Because of time, I may not be able to open them. I can forward them to the site. The AFN has graciously afforded us reports of competitions. And if you look at them, all the winners are from the AADC in Port Harcourt, 90% of them, 90% of the time. And furthermore, the University of Port Harcourt, having been beneficiaries of this transition from Olymp Africa to the AADC, has dominated sports in NUGA and the West Africa University Games over many decades. In the last outing, the university won medals more than the ones won by all the other competing universities put together. And I think that's an achievement. Conclusion. This study shows that there are qualitative differences in performance in various groups of competing athletes. And it has inferred that the high performance training model is a veritable tool, it's a reliable tool for grassroots sports development. And the results from the 6 other centers in Africa will corroborate this. It is a model to be recommended for other sports. There is a disproportionate attention given to football in this country. And if we have to have a headway in sports development, that should be corrected. The effectiveness of a high performance center in team sports is yet to be determined. I think I have not exceeded my time. Thank you for listening. I'm ready to elaborate in the question and answer. Thank you very much.
Professor Ken, I'm so happy we are having you on board. And I know that my colleagues, the executive of NAFA, they are taking note of what you have said, and most especially the seminar you went to conduct in Augias. And I want to assure you that they're going to get back to you. Please, we are going to get back to Dr. Tando now. So please, I want you to finish up his presentation. Over to you, Dr. Tando.
Thank you very much. I'll just quickly go through the presentation. Your Excellency, thank you for holding on. The title, as we know, is what we have, the institutional responsibilities in grassroots sports. I've gone through the outline already, so I'll move on. Introduction, I've gone through this. Yes, what we need to interrogate through this document is what system of grassroots sports development is fit for our purpose? Which of our various institutions should support this system, and how should they go about supporting it? And how can these institutions function effectively without conflicts in their responsibilities? And then where do we have cross-cutting linkages in the responsibilities of these various institutions? And how can these cross-cutting linkages be strengthened? Grassroots sport, organized sport practiced at local level by amateur sports people. We could also use the International Olympic Committee definition of sport for all, a means of delivering a much wider social impact that makes people to live healthier lives. So we are talking about healthy living, and also some people who will use it to develop skills for employment when you're talking about professional athletes. For engagement and planning purposes, development of grassroots sports can be broken into two main areas, and that is how we operate in Nigeria. If you look at school sports, which is basically primary school and secondary school sports, because by the time you are getting to tertiary level, you are moving to the elite athlete program that Engineer Ojashiru spoke about earlier. And then the second aspect of grassroots sports is the community-based sports that takes into consideration those who may be out of school, out of the school system, even though they are still children or youth. So you have the youth clubs and you have the youth academies. And then for grassroots sports, when we're talking about grassroots sports, there are three main areas, and some of the earlier speakers have alluded to this. The first aspect of grassroots sports is mass participation. At this level, you want to introduce sports to the children. Just participate, just take part in sports. And that actually is a fallout of the Sport for All program of the International Olympic Committee. At this particular level, you're not interested in how good they are. You just want everyone to be exposed to sports. And that's what we normally do at the primary school level, where you have the games masters and the PE teachers. The second level, the second technical level of grassroots sports is talent identification. That's a little bit more specialized. And Dr. Ken also mentioned something about this earlier. It's a little bit more specialized. You need to have people that have been trained as scouts and as coaches to be able to test and identify talents. And for me, this is something that the sports associations should deal with. And then the third aspect of the technical component of grassroots sport is talent development, where the state coaches, the National Sports Federation coaches, and so on are more involved. What do we have in Nigeria regarding our sports, grassroots sports? We don't have a clear and definite policy right now at any level, whether it's sports, whether it's education. We have institutional roles and responsibilities that are not well defined. And because of this, you find out that many of these institutional roles overlap and they begin to have conflicts amongst themselves because the roles are not well defined. However, we are supposed to have cross-cutting linkages. There are some institutions that support grassroots sports that actually are supposed to work together. But because they are not working together, those cross-cutting linkages are not exploited. And then we have a dysfunctional state of our grassroots sports. Other things that we're seeing right now in the production line of elite athletes is cut off. My sister Hawa mentioned this earlier. You find that we are not able to replace our aging athletes because we don't have a functional production line of athletes coming from the grassroots. Corporate support of grassroots sports has waned considerably. In those days, you used to have a lot of companies involved in grassroots sports, Maltinas, Cadbury, Bonvita, Milo, and so many of them. But because we are not doing what we should do, you find it out that it's so difficult to engage the corporate sector in the support of grassroots sports. And we are not having, we're having a dearth of qualified and well-trained coaches, and there's no strategic scouting or policy or plan. So what are those institutions that should be fully involved in grassroots sports development if we want it to be successful? For me, the key institutions are the state sports associations, the state sports commissions, the state ministries of education, NAFA SD at state level and at national level, the Nigerian School Sports Federation, schools themselves, public and private, and then the corporate sector. And then to a lesser extent, and I want us to please take note of this, to a lesser extent, we have the National Sports Federations, the Nigeria Olympic Committee, and the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports, or the National Sports Commission, whichever one we have at the time. Why I said to a lesser extent is that in order for us to avoid the conflicts that arise from institutional bodies that have played together in this sector, we need to define that for grassroots sports development, these ones that I've listed on the left are the main players. The national sports federations should focus more on the second tier that Engineer Ashiu mentioned earlier, the high performance and the elite athletes. So they can support, but it is not their major role to be involved in grassroots sports. And I think that is clear for us to know those to be held responsible for growing grassroots sports. State associations, state sports associations, what should they be doing? What are their responsibilities and what are the relationships that they have? I've listed a few of them there. Encourage mass participation in schools, support training of games masters. They are to put in place the effective scouting system I spoke about earlier, organize regular grassroots sports competitions, and then regulate and monitor the community clubs and sports academies. Someone had mentioned earlier that we have sports academies that are just interested in taking people out of the country, taking children out of the country, exploiting them some of the time. This is part of the responsibility of the relevant state sports associations to ensure that they prevent this from happening. The state sports commissions, what should they be involved in at grassroots level? Developing an effective grassroots sports policy. They should establish a fully functional school sports or grassroots sports department, organize interstate grassroots competitions, facilitate construction of sporting facilities, engage and train coaches, establish an effective athlete reward system for grassroots sports. One thing we need to know here is that you do not use the same athlete reward system for grassroots sports as you use in the elite sports. And this we need to do. For grassroots sports, you'll be talking about scholarships, you'll be talking about vocational training, while at elite level, you are talking about employment and monetary incentives and so on and so forth. So there is a difference between the athlete reward system at grassroots level and that at elite level. Then the sports commission should also support provision of basic sporting equipment and ensure that all athletes represent the state are in school. This is vital. Athletes that represent the state in youth competition must be in school, and it's the responsibility of the state sports commissions to ensure this. Ministries of education, right, they should be involved in the school curriculum, the policy, make sure children are exposed to a minimum number of hours, organize annual inter-house sports, and ensure a technology-driven school record system is put in place. This is important at grassroots level to minimize the incidences of age grade falsifications that we have in many of our youth competitions. NAFA SD, what is their role? Ensure that all states must have functional chapters of the NAFA SD, ensure that all games masters are registered under NAFA SD, and then organize periodic training and refresher courses for them, and work closely with the state sports associations to put in place an effective scouting system. School Sports Federation, establish functional and sustainable school sports associations in all the states. We have a Nigeria School Sports Federation, but we do not have state school sports associations. This is an aberration that should be corrected. And these are some of the other responsibilities that they have. For the schools themselves, they should encourage children and pupils to take part in sporting activities, organize regular sporting events, and ensure pupils and students have access to sporting facilities, either within their schools or using the cluster or hub system, utilizing nearby facilities for those who don't have around them. The corporate sector, what is their role? We need to get them involved. And how we get them involved will depend on how well we have packaged the sector. Don't forget that the corporate sector is looking for a bottom line. And the major support we expect from them is financial. And for us to get that, we must ensure that we put our house in order.
Please run.
In conclusion,
please help us right
on. For us to successfully put in place and implement an effective national school sports policy, all the institutions I've mentioned above have their roles to play. And they not only just play their assigned roles, but they must also work together in the cross-cutting areas that we have. There must be synergy, there must be cooperation, and there must be mutual respect amongst these institutions. The time to act is now. Thank you for listening. And I'll make this paper available so that we can circulate to all our listeners. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thanks so much, our former chairman, Lagos State Sports Commission. Before we go on, I want to give a few minutes to the PRO of NOC. He has been raising up his hand. Please, can you just take about 2 minutes, please? Mr. Adetula.
Yes, thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, nice paper, and I've been following since the beginning of the session. I have to thank the president of Nigerian Olympic Committee for being part of it, and His Excellency the Governor of Kwara State, which I've sent an inbox message to him. Quite all right. I've listened to Alhaji Gume, where he spoke about alumni ESCO of the IOC program, and the SG, where he gave us the historical topic on Olympic Africa. Mr. Kenka, sir, you spoke about the grassroots development from the local government, from the grassroots to the local government and to the state. You mentioned coaching. How much have you done in terms of that? Because you point a hand to Nigerian National Sports Commission, and I think we had National Sports Commission in the past. And what are their roles? And Alhaji Yakmut, you mentioned National Sports Commission as well. You are once a DG. Do we really have the ingredients used to grow these athletes when you were there? These are part of what I think I should talk about. Nice paper by Mr. Ashiru. I like what you gave to us. Looking at the framework and production of good data to produce better athletes. My auntie Hawa. At a point, I was thinking you're trying to indict the ministry because there are some things I think you were there in the ministry for 35 years. I think you mentioned exchange program. Talents spotted couldn't be harnessed. I think these are part of what you ought have done while you were there, and by now we should be saying, oh, these are what they were done in the ministry while you were there. Sorry, sir. Let me quickly finish, sir. I will finish now. Mr. Jonathan, thank you for that 30% increase. I'm so much interested in that. Mr. Awogo, I like your paper talking about creative products that attract what can be put on television. Professor Ken, I love your talent selection at the control training program. All these ones we have not put into use. And Dr. Kiku Kando, you mentioned identification, talent development. How much of this did you put in place when you were in Lagos, aside other things? So these are part of what I said I should quickly talk about before I forget. I have to thank the moderator for allowing me for these 2 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Thanks so much. Before we continue, many of us have heard about Channel's International Kids Cup. And the man at the back of this is all the way from London talking to us for a few minutes now. And it's no other person than Austin Okon Akpan. And he's a broadcaster, and he has passion for sports at the grassroots level, and he's the brain behind and the major driving force of this Channel International Kids. Over to you, Mr. Austin Okon Akpan. We are still waiting for Chief Shegun Odegbami. Over to you, Mr. Akpan.
Sporty greetings, everyone. It's good to be here. Just to correct, Prof, I'm not the brain behind Channel's International Kids Cup. The visionary is Mr. John Momo. Okay. I'm just head of sports at Channels TV, and I joined, and I liked the program, and I thought I could give it my all, because I mean everything rises and falls on foundation. So it's good to be here. I've listened to everyone, so I'm just gonna go pop with this. Felix Awogu mentioned infrastructure. George Ashiru mentioned infrastructure. Kweku Tando mentioned infrastructure. Same with the other persons that have spoken. Another thing they mentioned, talent discovery and identification. I'm glad I've got His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kwara State here. Kwara State have been part of the Channel's International Kids Cup in the last 7 years. I think they were champions of it 2 years ago. So we need to find out ways that if we're saying grassroots, why are we looking for solution at the top? We need to look for solution at the bottom, because you build from the bottom to the top. So the states have a whole lot of work to do. For instance, we cannot achieve success with the Channels International Kids Cup if we don't do productive partnership. We work with the Lagos State Football Association. We work with the Lagos State Sports Commission. We work with the State Universal Basic Education Board, which is SUBEB. You see, when you put all of this together, plus what the visioner, Mr. John Momo, wanted, he said, we have talent at the primary school level, but they are not seen on TV. So Channels TV has a platform to put these guys on TV. Somebody is saying, that is what I can do. But we need other persons to also get it to work. And because we have visualized it as an output station that we can show these people to be this, SUBEB will help us to monitor. States will give us the kids. The Lagos State Football Association will give us technical assistance. The Lagos State Sports Commission will also give us some level of assistance. You see what I'm trying to say is it's a holistic view. It's a system that requires everybody to make it work. Not one person or one particular level can get it done. So at the Channels International Kids Cup, we worked with all of these, particularly with the states in discovering, in bringing these kids, and then we put them out there. I got to realize that we pay so much attention on what is already done or what's cooking. Nobody is ready to go and find out those little elements that you need to make it a beautiful cook. And that's what we're doing with the Channels International Kids Cup. And we've made a lot of progress with it. But for us, it is just to discover those talents. It's just to expose them. When they go back to their different states, State Sports Council have a role to play. State FAs have a role to play. Otherwise, Channels International Kids Cup would just show these kids on TV. They dribble, they shoot, they score goals, and they go back and it's done. So for continuity, there must be a policy, a working policy whereby states say, okay, we are going to come from this level and move to this next level. We're so interested in that person that is already made so we can ship them out and make money. And that's what Phyllis Awogo was trying to tell us, that when they come abroad, they are given for less. And because they just want to come abroad because they believe nothing is happening back home, they take it. So it's good to be here. I don't want to talk for so much. I've been taking notes because I've got persons that I respect so much in the industry. And I hope that we take a lot of valuable lessons out of this meeting and move on from there. We also do the Channels Track and Field Classics. We started that 3 years ago. COVID could not allow us to do the 3rd edition last year. So after the successes at the success recorded at the Channels International Kids Cup, we said let's take it a step further. On the 17th is very, very crucial to sports development also. So we started the Channels Track and Field. We wanted to revive the glory days of athletics in Nigeria. At the moment, it's just Lagos that we do, but we believe that with time, we're going to expand. The Channels Kids Cup also started with just Lagos competition. Then we went national, and now we're international, where we bring schools from Ghana and Benin Republic. So thank you, everybody. I hope that we get to put more of this sort of deliberate conversation into grassroots sports development. I've been in the UK since October, and in everything we do, these lecturers in my school go, Austin, action points. They're not talking again. Everybody wants to know what you're going to do to put it into actualization. So I think that's the next level for Nigeria. There's been a lot of papers. Let's start thinking action. Thank you.
Thanks so much, all the way from London there. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on, and we want to go to a section now that has to do with financing grassroots sports for improved performance. And the 3 people will be doing justice to that. The first person is Mr. Jonathan Dagas himself. We all know him very well. He has a master's degree in forensic investigation, and also he has an executive master's in sports management. That's what we call MEMO. He's my co-program director for advanced sports management. a former staff of the Nigerian Olympic Committee and currently the financial director of NOC. He'll be talking to us on marketing grassroots sports events in Nigeria. Over to you. 10 minutes, Dr. Jonathan. Dr. Jonathan?
Please. Yes, Professor. Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. Your Excellency, the Governor of Kwara State, my boss is there, Dr. Glover, my boss, Engineer Gumel, my boss and mentor, Mr. Banjo Ladapo, and my colleagues and my students. Nice to see you again, all of you in good health. First and foremost, Prof, if you permit me, before I talk about my topic, I would like to make one or two remarks about some of the presentations made here so far. Let me start with Awogu. Awogu said, there's a point Awogu was trying to bring out very clearly. We need to take our programs and events to the media ourselves. For us to sell our programs, I don't know which federation in Nigeria gives the media its program for the year. Do we even have a program? At the beginning of the year, a federation should have a program, and those programs should be made known to the media so that the media can be able to sell it out, to showcase it. That is where you create the brand, that marketers, that you can set a value for your product. So we need to, on our own, take our events and our programs to the media, and it will be better reported if it is taken to the media. And I also want to add on Awogu's presentation that we need to have a consistency in our events. Events are being paid for, time is being paid for in every event. And today you say you're going to host a National Sports Festival in January, by December you are taking it to March, ending February you are taking it to April. It doesn't encourage marketers, sponsors to come into our events. We need to be clear on that. And he also spoke about clean environment. I want to add one word there, clean and safe environment. The environment needs to be safe for you to have a good audience. And we are in Nigeria, I'm sorry to say that we are joking with our audience. We are not utilizing our large audience. We have the audience here. If they could arrange a sporting event in Korodu, and he mentioned to us how much tickets we're able to sell, that means we don't need to have football matches in international stadiums. We don't need to go and hire students from schools to rent a crowd to watch our event. We could actually promote the event and sell tickets to make some money from it. And then Professor Ben, I want to say one thing, that it is sad that it's not only the issue of replacement of aging athletes, but we also have the same problem with coaches in Nigeria. Coaches, we have the same problem. We keep on doing level 1 training course. We don't promote ourselves to level 2. What about after level 1? Aren't they promoted? How do they get professional? There are funding for these events. In the ANOCA, we have funding for that. And I'm also happy to state again that it has increased in this quadrennial. The national federations, how many of them have been able to access funding from the international federation for their coaches? Gentlemen and ladies, these fundings are there. The issue with sports is that each thing is a project. And if you don't apply for it, you never get it. Nations upon nations have been applying for this, and the federations must go out there and assist the coaches. That's why the federation is there. That's why the Ministry of Sports is there. You need to ginger your federation to make use of available opportunities so that we can all grow. And then in the key institution, Dr. Tando, you mentioned Olympic Committee. I really like that. That's a very good one there. The Olympic Committee has a very, very big role to play. Because now there's what is happening now in sports, in the Olympic, in the IOC level. We're looking at the life after active sport participation. What becomes of the life of the athlete after participating in sports? You look at the trend of event now. Most of them even end up being drug addicts. I'm sorry, I have to mention it here. We all know what happened about late Maradona, the kind of life he lived after being a great footballer that he was. So when we come to the issue of reward, we should be thinking about what will be the impact of the athlete when he retires from active sports. We don't have to be giving cash always. Like you mentioned, scholarship to go to schools. Let them have opportunity. The young athletes should have that kind of opportunity so that by the time he retires, he fits into the society. One of the Vision 2020 we have in the IOC now is to look at the career of athletes. And there's a lot of budget now being allocated to that. These are just a few things I said I wanted to make remark. And then going to my topic, I'm going to speak about marketing grassroots sports events in Nigeria. I'm going to speak to only 3 slides here because I have taken much of my time. Samuel, your coordinator, can I go to the next slide, please? Yeah, this is what Jagro said. Jagro is the former president of the IOC. He said, without the support of the business community, without its technology, expertise, people, services, and products, financing, etc., the Olympic Games will not and cannot happen. It means that what? The Olympic Games being funded by people, by organizations. It is not, the IOC doesn't have a couple on its own, but the partners and sponsors bring out this money because they believe in the brand, and the brand is good, so that we can have Olympic Games. Without this support, the athletes cannot compete and achieve their very best in the world-based sporting environment. So these are our talking points. We have 5 talking points. I'm not going to talk about what grassroots sports is all about. You know it. Next slide. This is in grassroots sports we're talking about. Are we looking at the disabled too? Are we looking at them? Are we looking at only the able athletes? We all know in Nigeria, when it comes to medal at the Olympic level, the Paralympics have done us wonderfully well. So we should also start thinking about, when you're talking about youth sport, what about disabled? If we get them from the younger age and mentor them, identify the talents and mentor them, I can assure you that we'll make more medals. And it's about being expertise. If we're going to be making more medals in Paralympics, so be it for me. Nigeria should be known to be delivering in this aspect. Next slide, the Federation of Sport Marketing, everybody knows about that. We all have the experience. Next slide. Primary areas of sports marketing. These are the areas of sports marketing. Importantly here, is the sports medicine and the sports law. I keep emphasizing about sports medicine because people take it lightly when we're organizing our events. But I tell you, when the day it is going to happen and the family will take it to court, then that's where you know that you are in big trouble. So in the areas of grassroots sport marketing, we should not forget that we should also meet people that are volunteers in medical aspect to come in and also support us.
Are you still on?
The next. This is the marketing process. Understanding the market, that's the audience that we have, which we enjoy in Nigeria. What are the sponsored property that we have? What is action plan? We're talking about action plan and that we put in place because we now have the programs, we have the event. We need to do action plan, state the event regularly. We can even sectionalize it. You do some event in Lagos, which has a very high audience. You can do some in Kano, places like Kano. You can go to the southeast, to the southwest. Let's share this thing. We can go around so that every other person every audience can be accommodated. And I assure you that if we do that, we'll be able to market the sports and the talents could be identified easily. Next slide, please. Grassroots sports events. We are familiar with the events we have in this country. Most especially the grassroots sports events has to do with sports for all. Like a prof said, you throw it, Tando said, I mean, you throw it open. Grassroots sports about throwing it open. And in most athletes, you even discover that maybe the person from childhood has been inclined to maybe 100 meters. And at the end of the day, when you identify the talent in maybe 200 meters or even long jump, we remember the celebrated case of Choma John. Choma that did not even, she wasn't part of the long jump. She wasn't part of her training as such. But when she tried, the coach saw it and encouraged her. And we know the result that came out from it, the gold medal. One jump she did, and the goal was delivered to Nigeria. So we need to throw these sports open. And as we are throwing it open, the marketers will find avenue and make a choice of which one they will key in and sponsor. Next slide. These are some of the examples of grassroots sport events that we have in Nigeria. Thank you to all these sponsors. I must commend them. It is commendable, and I hope that we also explore more ways to get more sponsors coming in. Next slide. So now I want to talk about what does that grassroots sport event brings to us. Responsibility for grassroots sport is usually shared with education. The last part is the one I'm keen about, the education, the health, and the youth policy itself. The Honorable Minister of Sports today that we have, I'm glad to state here that I like the policies he's bringing about the youth. Now we are feeling an impact in the youth. Before, sports used to overshadow that ministry. But today there's a shift. The youth, there are so many policies, there's funding being brought out now for the youth. So the youth sports, it goes with the education. Because if you identify the youth, you do youth sports, along there, like they are being educated, like the Youth Olympic Games. Part of it is we don't show medals. We don't say this country got 20 medals and they are first or they are second, but we show the number of medals they receive. And 40% of what they do there is Olympic education, mentorship, leadership training for them, while alongside the sporting event. And these are the brands why companies engage in grassroots sports.
Please,
there are a lot of benefits
there. Please, be rounding up, Mr. Jonathan.
Next slide. Next slide, please. This is why company go on sponsorship. The next one. I want us to go to the next slide. Next slide. But before this, the kind of sponsorship we look for, is it cash only? Is it value in kind? Or is it cash and value in kind? In Nigeria, we find it very difficult when to ask for this and to ask sponsors to give you cash. I want to encourage that you can segment out of your budget. You can prioritize these things and get sponsored as per particular budget subhead. If you want to buy food, get a company, fast food company that can sponsor you by maybe giving you 10 plates of food. Is it water you're going to ask for? You know, companies that produce water. It mustn't be cash. At the end of the day, if all your budget requirements are being given to you in kind, then you may end up not even you don't need much cash again to organize an event. So we should put more emphasis on value in kind instead of always looking for cash. Next slide.
Please round up, Jonathan. Round up because of our time factor, please. Please go to conclusion.
Last slide, please. Last slide. No, before this, what are the gaps we have? What are the gaps? What are the major issues that we have? Leadership and management capacity. We must develop good leadership. We must have good management capacity to be able to market our sporting event. We need entrepreneurship management and grassroots sports. And our dependence on government, this is the major factor. We need to make our federations very open to be able to go out there and source for funding. We need to develop this sport. We need to segregate this sport. We need to identify, and we have to leverage on the opportunities that are available in our market. And we have to raise the standard. Our standard should be something that is good. No organization will want to come identify with any sporting event that does not have standard. You go to an event and after 10 minutes, they are fighting. They are hooliganism in the stadium at the event. So these are the things that we need to look into because no sponsor wants to be involved or wants to be associated with anything that has to do with crisis. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, the finance director of ANOCA. I want to go on to somebody who's well known in NAFA, both at Lagos State, Southwest, and national levels. The former secretary to NAFA is an associate professor at Lagos State University, and incidentally is my own head of department. Another person than Dr. Abiodun Moromfolu, and he's going to talk to us about this sponsorship opportunity. Over to you, Dr. Moromfolu.
Thank you so much, my prof. I want to appreciate the privilege and the opportunity to be able to speak at this forum. I want to recognize the presence of all eminent people that are on board, particularly the governor of Kwara State and all others individuals that have been here. My colleagues, I want to welcome everyone. I want to look at the sponsorship opportunities for grassroots sports in Nigeria. And I would...
There's nothing intervention, but the speaker is on.
All right. Okay. I want to look at this angle because I have focused my discussion basically on the paradigm shift, and that is moving away from what has been the convention, even to new approaches that can be brought on board, even to take sponsorship. Now, sports all over the world, we know, I mean, over the years have been a catalyst for development, no doubt about that. but in recent times has emerged as a big business in the global economic space. And that's a factor has taken it away, taking sponsorship of sports, particularly away, from the grassroots. Attention is on elite sports. So there is less emphasis on developmental sports, and particularly in Nigeria. However, there are so many opportunities available for us at the grassroots. And as Nigerians, we need to take this advantage and move our sports forward. In order to get to the climax and maintain, our position in the global sports fraternity, then grassroots sports becomes very, very important and a basis for leveraging Nigeria even into that level. Now, I'll move straight to the second slide. Whether we like it or not, sponsorship, majorly is financial support for grassroots sports events or organizations, be it an individual also, the athletes, and so on. Right. One thing we must take out that is very, very important to emphasize is that sponsorship is about mutually advantageous relationship in which the sponsor provides benefits for the sponsored in return for some benefits. And that's the challenge that we have, particularly at the grassroots. Most sports that we run at the grassroots level, and the direct benefits in terms of measurement is not readily available most of the time to the sponsors. And that's why you find that our sponsors usually move away even from, sponsoring at that level. Sponsorship types that are available in our climb right now is we have government sponsorship in terms of funding of sports program through the established structures, the federal, the state, the local government. The corporate sponsorship also from corporate organizations, the philanthropic sponsorship from individuals, and the community sponsorship. Now the paradigm shift that I'm talking about and focusing on majorly is the community sponsorship. We need the current realities have proven that there is low income for the government. And on the priority list of government, you find out that sports ranks very, very low. So attention in terms of funding from the government becomes a problem. The COVID-19 or the pandemic has also caused a problem, particularly in terms of sponsorship that could come or funds that could be drawn from corporate bodies because of low profit for corporate bodies as a result of the problem, the pandemic. So many companies are rationing the funds that they have, and sports, investing into sports, particularly at the grassroots, becomes of low priority. Emphasis now is on sports that can give them easy leverage and returns over their investments, quick returns over their investment. The daily fortunes for philanthropists these days has even worsened the case for individuals that will come in to sponsor sports. However, survival of grassroots sports becomes, a necessity. And that's why the emphasis today is on community sponsorship. Community sponsorship and ownership. I think the community needs to come and own their sports. And that's why you find out that even at the national level today in Nigeria, the policing, emphasis have been shifted from national policing to state policing and to community policing. So how can we explore the opportunities that are available for sponsorship at the grassroots? Permit me to say at this junction that about 7% of the government revenues generated from tax, which of course you and I are part of the contributors. For every consumables that we take that are produced by organizations, there is what we call the value-added tax that we pay. So we also have pool of funds available at the community level that sports or the grassroots sports organizers can take advantage of. And that's why I want to just mention here that is this community football foundation, okay, that has taken place in Nigeria now, and we have in our localities that in every state, and they are trying to drive sports, taking sports to the community. Now, if we want to get the sponsorship at the grassroots level, there is need for us to develop attractive sports brands that can easily attract sponsors. We need to begin to get our sports well organized, attractive, that sponsors will be interested in coming in. The other bit of sponsorship where we can draw funds is community service initiatives. The community service initiatives can come into existence at the grassroots to drive sports at the grassroots. For instance, there is an initiative that is taking place in one of the communities, in the Ikorodu now, where I live. And that's the issue of, trying to establish a sports facility in that community using the community resources. And what is the community initiative we are taking place? We have gathered the youths we are looking at about 50 of them on a regular basis that will engage in community service. Engage in community service like granting free car wash on, 1 weekend on every month for the privilege in the society. And we can use that to attract them to make contributions into the project that we have within that community. We can also engage in partnership drives, with organizations. If, for instance, a community has about 5 to 10,000 population, that community could, of course, approach an organization producing, maybe, for instance, any organization selling beverages like Cadbury, and tell them that within this community, we have opportunity to consume your product for this period and for this period, and you give them the financial analysis on weekly basis, on monthly basis, and yearly basis. If, for instance, we spend 2,000, on beverages individually in households every week, multiply that by 4 weeks in the month, multiplied by 12 weeks, there are 52 weeks in a year, multiplied by 2,000 households within the community. You can imagine that money will be running into about 20 million, a year. And if we are saying to the company, give us about 1 million or 2 million to drive our sports at that level, they will be willing because the community is generating the funds that is requesting for. Community talent ownership.
2 minutes
All
more,
right,
please.
sir.
2 minutes.
I think communities need to own their talents. They need to identify their talents and develop their talents. Then we can have also community sports endowment funds that we can use in driving sports. And I want to just suggest and finally end at this point that this alumni association can take the initiative by starting a grassroots sports development foundation that can help drive sports at the national level. Thank you so much.
Yes, thanks so much, my head of department. The next person that's going to talk to us now, I will call her a marketing guru, has a background in English, but came into sports, and the Lagos State Sports Commission have spent so much on her, and I can tell you she has contributed more to this MTN Street Soccer, and as well as the marathon by Access Bank. I have no other person than to introduce to you Mrs. Bodrin Olani, event planning for grassroots sports. Is also an alumnus of advanced sports management course. Over to you.
Thank you, Prof. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so excited to be here. I'm grateful for the opportunity given to share my thoughts on event planning. My title is Event Planning for Grassroots Sports. And we all know that, I'll just go right into it because of time. We all know that sport event is a social gathering that brings together a large number of people for sporting activities or for a competition. But for me, I would like to call sport events like, I would like to describe it as a place where everything comes together. Prior to the event, you have athletes training, they have their training preparing for the event. You have the coaches doing their thing, drilling the athletes on what to do, just basically preparing them for the event as well. You have the parents and guardians taking their bots for trainings. You have sport administrators doing one thing or the other to propagate that event or to propagate that sport. So for me, the event is like the melting pot. It is, and the beauty of the event is when it's properly done and well executed. You're able to see all everybody's contribution, all stakeholders' contribution. And for the purpose of this of the summit, I've segmented event planning into 3. And the first phase for me is the pre-event. And I've also tagged this space, the strategy and planning phase for the strategists amongst us. So at this phase, the first thing we need to do is to set up the event objective. What do we want to achieve with this event? What do we want to do? What do we want to gain? You know, you set up either long time, short time, you set up all your goals at the event, at the beginning of the event. Then the next thing is to set up a working group. Who is doing what? Who is doing, you know, set up a working group. Then when setting up this working group, we also have the time of reference well spelled out and well communicated, so they all know their roles, you know, into making the event a success. And so what is the role of the working group is to come up with a date and venue for the event. They do some procurement. They decide the reward systems. About 2 speakers that, you know, talk so much about reward system. And what does this do? Because the aspect I'm looking at is you're working on an event, you're trying to showcase a product so that you can get sponsors to latch on to this product. So at this level, when you have a tidy reward system, it gives your event some sort of traction and validation. So the next thing is they also come up with a funding and sponsorship mechanism for the event. And now that we're in the new normal, they would also ensure strict adherence to COVID-19 protocols. I remember last year somebody spoke to me that I should please speak to a company. All they needed at that time was product sponsorship. And, you know, I'd reached out to my contact there. We were already talking. It was already looking good. And a team member from the end said, oh, during the events, we can ensure that the participants will adhere to COVID-19 protocols. And based on that, and because I can also guarantee it, we had to back out. And that was the end of that particular sponsorship. And also at this stage, because of the people, the athletes we're working with, because of their level, we also need some sort of content, either guardian or parental consent. We also work on insurance, get the venue prepared properly for the kind of events we want to have at the venue. We get the necessary permits. Then at this level, I'm also going to be focusing on media. Mr. Awogu, who is the media guru, has said so much about media and how we need to make our event a media event. So at this level, the role of the media is to create an awareness. All the objectives we've set out at the beginning, we're able to convey through the media that this is what we're trying to achieve for the event. Then in the next phase, I've also tagged the execution phase, which is everything we're doing here is during the event. All the planning, everything we've been talking about, this is where we get everything to cook. So here's to the first thing I'm looking at is the media. And what's the role of the media here is to ensure proper coverage, live streaming across all social media platforms and all sorts of electronic and paper media. We also need medical. We know what the football league went through because of the lack of medical on the field of play, where a player died on the field of play. We'll also be talking about safety and security. How safe is that environment for participants and for fans? We also need technical support, logistics, who is going where, who is moving who where, a talk of welfare, protocol, and branding. And because we're looking at putting our events out there, we're looking at, attracting the right sponsors. So even if we have just one sponsor, you just want to showcase them. You just want to put them out there. I remember when we're still having the MTN Lagos Street Soccer, the theme was yellow, everything all yellow. You see yellow, you see them everywhere. on the brochures, on billboards, everywhere you can think of. You just want to showcase them as much as possible. And this makes brands very happy, and they want to, continue to support your event. So the last phase of the last stage of the event is the post-event. And I tag the feedback phase, which is very, very crucial. This is where you have the event report. You have everything that has been done from the start to the beginning. You have the data of participants, both athletes, both fans, everyone that's done one thing or the other. So when we talk about age classification and everything, we're able to use this particular thing to curb that. So we also need the media. Like I've said, every step of the way, the media must be duly involved. What is the role of the media here is to probably show the highlights of the events, project some of these athletes, make them media worthy, continue to just showcase what we've done during the event. Then we come to the big one, which is the event evaluation.
2 minutes more, please. 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. We come to the event evaluation and feedback, which is a major thing for us to do here. We just do our events, and that's the end of it. After made our presentation, everybody goes to their respective homes. But we need to be able to sit down and do a SWOT analysis. What have we done well? What else do we need to do? With what we've done, are we sure we'll have more brands latching onto the program for the next edition of that program? So it's important we work on our SWOT analysis. Then the next thing is to dissolve the working group. Whatever has the beginning must have an end. Everything I've said, event planning is very, very vital and important as a tool to development of our grassroots sport. If we do things the way we're supposed to do them, I'm very, very sure that we will attract the right kind of fundings for us to grow our grassroots sport. And in the same vein, if we plan them and execute them shabbily, it will lead to a major setback in the growth of grassroots sport. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks so much, Mrs. Olani. We're very grateful for that. We're going to utilize that one in the package. I want to call on Mrs. Oluwasanmi now, and I'm going to give her just 5 minutes because we have been talking of education, and she's the director of school sports. Please, Mrs. Oluwasanmi, 5 minutes, please.
Sorry, Prof, at what time can we intervene?
You should get ready.
Prof, at what time can we intervene?
There's a session after this one now. There's a session after this for everybody.
Okay, Prof.
Please just hold on.
Okay.
Yes. Ms. Oluwasanmi, over to you. Ms. Oluwasanmi.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. Good afternoon,
just
everyone.
5 minutes, please. Just go to it.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. Good afternoon, everyone. I appreciate you for having me back. Yes, good afternoon, Excellency. Good afternoon, everyone.
Go ahead.
I appreciate you for having me back. Yes, I'll just go straight to the role that can identify roles of educational institutions in grassroots sports. Educational institutions will be concentrating on primary and secondary schools, serve as platform for the identification, discovery, and nurturing of talent.
We're having problem again. We're having problem. Hello? Ladies and gentlemen, we want to go to all the way from Lokoja. Let's go to Mr. Nda Sule. We're having a problem with Ms. Oluwasomi again. Mr. Nda Sule.
It's also offline. It's offline.
Can you come on board?
It's offline, sir.
It's also offline.
Yes, sir.
Pardon?
It's offline, sir.
Offline. Okay. What of Mr. Bola Audu? Is Mr. Bola Audu around?
No, sir, it's not.
Can you check? It's not around. Ladies and gentlemen, I will bring the Nestle man basketball Milo back. We are going to another session now, which has to do with question and answer and general comments.
I'm back, sir.
You are, we can't get you very well. Okay, please go ahead.
I'm back, sir.
I said go ahead.
Let me quickly just mention few points. I said education institution. I said
Madam, can you share your experience with us? Can you share your experience?
Discovery and nurturing of talent at the grassroots by all organizing all this competition. Okay, since taking over the school sports directorate of the Lagos Sport Commission, I realized we need to do a lot of advocacy and sensitization of parents and guardians, because many parents up to now don't believe that their children can adequately combine education with sports. So we can do a lot of advocacy and sensitization in that direction by bringing role models and ambassadors that have adequately combined sport and education and have excelled in life. That is very, very important, because most parents will say, yeah, go and read your book. They have not seen anything attractive in their words participating in sport. Also, we need to create a pipeline of talent to enjoy and develop professional career in sports. To stardom. It's not only when they don't speak a particular sport, nobody is monitoring them, no proper scouting system in place. Also, there should be potential alternative career paths in sport for students who have exceptional talent, so that they can consider other areas of sport, that is sport journalism, sport marketing, and all of that. Also, we need to, like Dr. Tando really trashed this issue of the mass participation.
Hello. I think we've heard from Dr. Oluwasomi, advocacy and sensitization. We need to bring in role models and ambassadors, and we need to create a career path. On that note, I want to call on the following people just to give us Dr. Oshodi Glover. Are you there, sir? Dr. Oshodi Glover, are you there? Hello? Mr. Enitan Oshodi. Mr. Enitan Oshodi. Hello, sir.
They are offline, sir.
Pardon?
They are
I'm
not
back.
online.
I'm online.
They are
Can
not
you hear
online.
me? Okay. Hello?
Mr. Bola Audu is back, sir. Mr. Bola Audu is back, sir.
Mr.
Mr. Bola
Bola is
Audu,
back.
Audu is back,
Please,
yes.
can you help me tell him to come on board now? Hello, come over. Hello?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
Maybe somebody should confirm if you can hear me.
We can hear you very well.
Can hear you.
Okay. All right, I can see that. Thank you very much, everyone. Sorry, I have not been part of the conversations for long, so I am not sure if I was supposed to introduce myself or if there are conversations that I need to contribute to. Okay, my name is Bola Audu, and in the last 7 years, I had been working with Nestle as brand manager for the Milo brand. And as a brand manager for Milo, I was responsible for the Milo Basketball Championship, which is our flagship activity for the development of grassroots sports in Nigeria. I have recently been moved to the corporate communications department, but that is in the last 1 month, 1 month or so, yeah, starting from 1st of December. Hello, Prof, if you can hear me. Yeah, that is my profile as far as sports development in Nigeria is concerned.
Prof, you need to unmute yourself.
Yes, we are done. Hello? Mr. Audu.
Yeah, Prof, we can hear you now, sir.
Yes, now tell us the contribution of Nestle to Milo Basketball Championship.
Okay, the championship is a Milo championship, and it was Nestle's, or it is Nestle's way of contributing to the development of grassroots sports in Nigeria. So what the brand does is that it helps to teach the basic skill of basketball at primary school level, and then at the secondary school level, it organizes a championship that is open for all secondary schools in Nigeria to participate in. The last edition was in 2019, as COVID did not allow for us to hold or to at least finish the 2020 edition. And as at the last edition, there were over 10,000 secondary schools who registered to play. The championship is usually divided into 3 major parts. So after registration, each state will organize themselves into their education zones to play in their zones. In some states, they do this by local government, and in some other states, it's a cluster of local governments together that play as a zone. And then when that segment is completed, they then play a state final at the state level, where a champion will emerge in the male and female category respectively. These champions are grouped into what we call conferences. We used to have 6 conferences across the country, but which later became 4 in the last 6 years. And the states are grouped into these clusters to play in the conferences, and the winners at the conferences then converge for the national finals. In the 22 years that the championship has held, the only year that it was interrupted was last year. where we played only the state preliminaries and finals, but we couldn't proceed to the conferences which were supposed to happen in April. As we are all aware, the lockdown had taken effect at the end of March. So in the primary school level, we go to schools, gather the kids, and then talk to them about the importance of sports, as well as the importance of breakfast. And then after that, we teach them basic skills in basketball, like bouncing, passing and catching, as well as shooting to dunk the ball. So this we do every year. In a year without disruption, we reach at least 1.6 million children. The secondary school championship reaches about 10,000 schools and helps us to train about 150,000 athletes, secondary school students who play in the championship. So what we do is we don't take for granted that the students already play basketball. So when we get to the conferences, we still organize workshops, both for the teachers, who we call coaches, as well as the playing students. This is done in collaboration with the Nigeria School Sports Federation, as well as the National Collegiate Sports Foundation. The Nigerian Basketball Federation also provides some kind of skeletal support because they are more focused on professional basketball. So the championship is actually fully organized by the Nigeria School Sports Federation and sponsored by Nestle Milo. So this is a summary. I will be glad or available to answer any questions if there are any areas that requires clarification.
So before we allow you to maybe step aside for some time, what we talk in terms of mileage and return on investment? Were you able to, on your company, are you satisfied in terms of development for Nigeria's sport and your own company too?
Okay, for Nigeria, the answer to whether we are satisfied with the level of development of grassroots sports will be no. Every one of us who has made contributions know in our heart of hearts that we are only scratching the surface. There are so many sports. There are so many sports out there, and we are only making contribution to the development of basketball. So which means that there are many other sports that require development, and even the basketball, we are not able to reach every young child who needs the basic skill. So for instance, in the primary school project where we go to schools to teach basic skills, we are only able to reach about 3,000 primary schools in a year. And this is restricted to kids in primary 4 to 6, because we are not able to manage the kids that are younger than 7. And we offer a cup of Milo to the kids after they have done this physical activity, a free, delicious cup. And by our marketing guidelines, we are not allowed to provide this cup for children younger than 7. So there's still a lot of ground to cover. I tell you, many more organizations need to come up, and the government needs to continue to try to provide an enabling environment to ensure that the private sector, because the government can't do this on their own, so to ensure that they encourage private sector to take up responsibilities like this. For us as an organization, for us as an organization, it is not necessarily a marketing tool, as it were, because we have a different budget for advertisements and sales activities. So we do this as a corporate social responsibility, trying to contribute to sports development with the hope that kids will develop a healthy mind in a healthy body. Thank you, Prof.
Thanks so much, Mr. Audu. We'll still get back to you. Thanks so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the General House now. We're waiting for Chief Segun Odegbami, and I don't know whether it's on board now. Chief Segun Odegbami, I don't think he's on board now. If he's on board, we'll bring him. Let's go to question and answer and general comments. I was trying to call Dr. Glover. I don't know whether Dr. Glover is still around. Dr. Glover. Mr. Enitan Oshodi. Mr. Enitan Oshodi. The DG of Lagos State Sports Commission. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hello, hello.
Yes, sir.
Please, is Mr. Enitan Oshodi still around?
No, he's offline.
No, Mr. Dr. Glover.
He's offline, sir.
What of Bolowotan? Is he on ground? Hello? It's not happy. What of Mrs. Joseph? Okay, general question now. General question.
Okay, please.
Okay.
Can I?
Yes, okay, go on. Ms. Akinyemi. Ms. Akinyemi. Hello? Hello?
Prof.
Yes?
Audio, sir.
Please, let's, Mrs. Akinyemi, after Mr. Akinyemi, you talk.
Okay,
Mrs.
sir.
Akinyemi, over to you.
Please unmute yourself, man.
Mr. Akinyemi, you unmute yourself.
Hear me now?
Okay, go on.
Is
Go
it
on
okay
now.
now?
It's okay.
Okay, so mine
Go ahead.
mine is reaction to NOC PRO's observation.
Okay.
Are you hearing me, sir?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
I think he got me wrong because it is too early in the day for me to begin to indict an agency where I spent 35 years. The point I made was that we should have a shift from the paperwork to giving resolutions that are practical and can be implementable. And I refer to previous reports that gave recommendations that when you look at them, they are not implementable. So I was not indicting the NSC. My point was that we should have a shift in this matter of grassroots sports development, a shift to reality, to say those things and give recommendation on those things that can be done practically. Hello, sir. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. So I was just reacting to what he said, that he got me all wrong. I was not indicting the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports. Rather, you can say that I had brief for them. I was explaining why the previous reports were not implemented. And that if we are talking about paradigm shift, we should talk about those things that we can do, not something in the textbook. We should look at the situation in Nigeria and see what we have on ground. And then what can we do to move forward from where we are? That was the point I made. I was not indicting any institution. Thank you. I'm done.
Thanks so much.
Hello,
Ladies
Prof.
and gentlemen,
Hello, Prof.
before
Can I just
I call
make a clearance
on Mr. Sunday, I want to
Hello,
quickly
Prof.
go through. Please, can you hold on? Hello? Please,
Hello,
I'm
Prof.
going to
Can
call,
I just make a quick clarification, please?
Please hold on, Dr. Tando. I'm going to call you. Please
Oh,
hold
no
on.
problem.
Please, Dr. Tando, I'm going to take note of that one. Dr. Tando, I'm going to call you. Please, ladies and gentlemen, I want to quickly go through, and I'm going to rush through it in the next 5 to something minutes now. This is what I call a pragmatic approach. I'm going to skip some things there because I want people to see stuff. Somebody wants to talk from US there, and I want to give that person the opportunity to talk. I'm going to skip slide 1 and slide 2. Please go on. Yes, let's come back
Prof,
here.
sorry, I need to leave. I'll catch up later.
Okay.
I'll catch up later,
Doctor. Okay. Let's allow you to, please, ladies and gentlemen, can you hold on? Want to allow Alaji Alazan, please, over to you. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much, Prof. Mine is sincere apology. I have to leave at this way. I'm in the office. I've been with you for 2 hours, listening to everybody. Congratulations, and I wish everyone well. I look forward to getting back to you privately with my own written paper. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thanks so much. Yes, I'm going to rush the paper myself. Can you go back to the last slide? Last slide. Thanks so much. This is what I call institutional framework Dr. Tando has spoken about, but I put community development officers there. Sorry, this individual, can you go back? I want to see the institutional. Okay, thanks so much. Religious organization. What are we doing about religious organization? Now MFM is having, Redeem is having, I don't know of the Islamic religious group that they are contributing to sports now. The sports academy has been mentioned, the school, the club, professional bodies, community, and government. Next slide. This is what I call individual. We have the participant, community development officers. Some of these people are the local governments. We call them community development officers. The physical education teachers also. The coaches are there. We have the peer group, the volunteers, mentors. Dr. Misolu Asami has mentioned that one, sports ambassadors, as well as the parents. Parents are now agreeing. That's why I feel if Chief Odegbami has been here, we want to use his school as an experiment there. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, now I want you to look at this platform. Number 1, access. Do our youths have access? Do they have opportunity? Some of them have talents, but do they have opportunity? Number 2, attendance. Where is the inroad? How do they come in? Even if they come in, will they be able to participate? Participation. And I talk of success. I know some of you are aware, I went on sabbatical in Canada there, and this is something I went to present to Ontario Soccer. And what I was saying, how do we capture people outside the school system? They have a formal structure. There are people outside this formal structure, and that's what I want us also to be looking at. They must have that access. They must come in. They must participate, and we can now measure their success. And I came up with another platform: availability in terms of time, in terms of facility. Usability, how frequent are these people to come on and use the facility or to be engaged with mentors, to be engaged with volunteers? Are these facilities close to them, within their reach, whereby they don't spend much? Can they afford the materials to use? Can they pay for it at their level? Next slide. And I said the role of government in grassroots sports development, federal, state, local. Many have said that one, but I think, and I'm going to ask the question later, what in the current policy on sports, what does this policy say on grassroots sports development? That'd be a big question, and I thank God the director of sports will round up for us there too. Next slide. I know Dr. Engineer Ashiru spoke on this, but look at what I'm trying to say. Grassroots sports, amateur professional, low patronage, low sponsorship, low government investment. The concentration is on high performance. Look at the next slide now. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, look at inverted now. Can we invert it? Whereby we have grassroots, we are giving high premium. Hey, come back. We are giving high premium to grassroots more, the medium and low, because Dr. Mr. said only 100, few people get to this high. Why don't we develop them to that extent? Next slide. Next slide. Pathway for grassroots sports development. Talent identification, and I said schools, physical education teachers. Selection process, schools and sports council. Talent development. This is for selected talents. And thank God for Professor Ken. We're going to come back to you. Government provide accommodation, training facilities, training equipment, and coaches. Then alliance between education and sports. Next slide. Okay, I'm going to summarize this one, but this is what we developed for Lagos State Sports Commission or Sports Council by then, when Mr. Nitoshodi was the commissioner. The late Professor Nifade, Professor Kuneye, the current NAFA president, myself, and Mrs. Olariwaju John, who is the director of academic planning in LASU, and officials from Ministry of Youth and Sport, we met on many occasions, and we developed this model for Lagos State, which they have not used up to now. We identified the hostel in Tessin Balogun, and we identified the school nearby. And we are now saying those talents developed, those talents identified, we are going to put them in a school. The vehicle will carry them to school in the morning. They join the mainstream. And by the time they join the mainstream, in the afternoon, they go and give them food. When they come back to the hostel, they rest a bit, and they now go to their various sports. In the evening, what happens there? They are going to have CS, they are going to have prep. And when they have prep, they have opportunity to read as well as watch sports documentary. We are merging both school and their specialties in sports together. But nevertheless, I provided some other. Please go back to the last slide, please. Yes. So, sport, then let's go on. Please go to the next one. Motivating, I say incentive for grassroots sports development. Motivating state sports council and commission that contribute to sports talent pool. We are suggesting sports talent pool from various states of the federation, not only from various states of the federation. As we go on, we see individual now, by bearing part of the cost of talent identification and development. The State Sports Council have developed these athletes. The national wants to use them, and we are suggesting as motivation, why can't the national provide part of the cost which they use to bring those athletes to that level? Motivating sports academies and clubs whose athletes represent state or national at competition through financial packages too. The same thing we're trying to say. I'm surprised that a club we have their player being sold and nothing is coming back to that club or academy. No. What we are now saying is that let them, whatever they have developed, let them bring it to national and let national defray some of the cost. Then I said motivating individual coaches who bring up athletes to state or national. Encourage individual coaches. If they can develop those athletes on their own, let them do it. And from there, defray part of the cost of their preparation by the time you are taking over for them or you give them employment. Next slide. Next, okay. Way forward for grassroots sports development. Going back to schools and local communities. Number one, mid-school option. Like I said, they're going to school, a public school, then they are practicing their sport. Number two, specialist sports school option. They are not in the normal school there. They are like the Wasimi, which I was explaining, Chief Odegba to come and explain. They are in a sports school, but they go through the academics They will do WAEC, so they go through the academics and sports, match together. And what we are recommending is that one of the unity schools in each geopolitical zones should be designated as specialist school. Dr. Alazan proposed this one, Federal Ministry of Youth and Sport, before. It doesn't work. But what we are trying to say is that they will still do their WAEC, but they are sports majors at their level. And I said individual and private sectors should be encouraged to establish specialist schools for sports, like Odegbami has done. Let people who are rich, we're going to give them a design and what it looks like. Next slide. State government should be mandated to establish specialist schools in their states. It must be located outside the state capital. There's congestion in the state capital, let them move it out. Local governments in Nigeria should be mandated to have supervisory counselor for sports and recreation. I'm aware Lagos State has before, I've forgotten his name, one doctor, there was a supervisory counselor for sports. This one will help in the mobilization. They should also have program for sports and provide facilities. Coaches and physical education teachers, there should be continuous professional development through in-service training and summer schools. Then more sports institutes are needed. Next slide. Now, institutional responsibility in grassroots development. What has been and what should be the role of the following? Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports. Yes, and sport, the NSC, State Sports Council and Commission, local government, Nigerian Olympic Committee. Next slide. Sports Federation, Sports Club, academic institution, university, college of education, polytechnic, National Institute for Sports, professional bodies like NAFA, SWAN, National University Commission. Thank God Mr. Bola Oredele is here. I think it's Vice Chancellor or something there. UBEC, Lottery Commission, and private sectors. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. In conclusion, building a winning system is not about chasing after medals. To create a system that produces consistent results requires a long-term development process, from talent identification to junior development to senior preparation, bills and onward. What matters now is what do we do about it? We face a simple choice: maintain the status quo, what we are doing, and watch our performance continue to slide, or make major changes, which we are going to create through this forum, and create a condition for high performance excellence. And that's from base and onward. Thanks for listening. I'm looking at the time, we're about to round up now. I'm going to call on Ms. Dr. Tando, and after Dr. Tando, Sunday we follow. Over to Dr. Tando.
Thank you very much. I just want to give a clarification to Mr. Adetula regarding talent identification. If you followed my presentation, talent identification is at the level of the state associations, not state commissions. And that's one of the things that we did in Lagos when we reorganized our state sports associations and constituted new ones with new criteria. And one of the criteria we gave to them was talent identification. And I can tell you that in the last two National Youth Games in Ilorin, 2019 and 2018, we saw the results of what the state associations did in terms of talent identification, because amongst all the athletes that were invited by the federal ministry to the national youth camps, Lagos State had the highest number in quite a number of the sports that were there. And that was as a result of the work that the state associations had done with regards to talent identification. So I just said I should clear that up. Thank you.
Mr. Sunday, okay. Hello? Hello? Please, I want to recognize the presence of Kemi Obadansi of Nigerian Olympic Committee, the officer in charge of Olympic Value Education Program. And I know she has contributed much to sports and education. Mr. Sunday, over to you. Are you still there? Can I call on Mr. Bola Orodele? Is Mr. Bola Orodele still there? Hello? Professor Ogunjimi? Professor Ogunjimi?
I'm very much around.
Please, can you have representing the 5th session? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Allow me to stand on the existing protocol. It's a privilege to be given this type of opportunity to interact with the technocrats who are basically in charge of sports as far as this country is concerned. Prof. Sir, one major issue that has been disturbing my mind since morning, we have tried our best to look at various strategies that can be utilized to advance grassroots sports. Unfortunately, we tend to more or less shy away from the obvious. All the governments in Nigeria, local, state, federal, to me, it doesn't appear they are interested in maximizing or annexing the economic value derivable from sports. We are still looking at the recreation-oriented type of participation. Take, for example, most of the government at the lower level, they prefer to give management of sports to the boys. And what do I mean by to the boys? They care less whether those people being appointed are professionals or not. And you see them spending the first 1 or 2 years learning learning the ropes. And then what is left? We are back to square one. These technocrats that are gathered here, do we even care to think of a political approach? I mean, what do we do to make our political leaders think much more constructively and look at the way of the professionals to put them in charge of sports administration? I assure you, my prof, sir, most of these lapses that we are discovering, in all honesty, will be adequately taken care of. Do we need to liaise with marketers? Do we need to liaise with sponsors? These are the things that a professional will worry and devote his time to. But when you bring in political friends, they'll be very, very seriously after how to recoup, if that's a good word, recoup what they have invested. So conclusively, I think this is an opportunity for us all to rub minds and find a way to take care of the Nigerian unique environment, so that the generation unborn will be at advantage and get the benefits that we do not have. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Please, I'm going to call on Mr. Nitoshidi now. Mr. Nitoshidi. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Mr. Nitoshidi. Hello.
Hello, Prof.
Yes, sir. Over to you, sir.
Prof.
Over to you, sir.
I'm an observer, Prof. I'm listening and
no, we want your comments. We just want you to say 1 or 2 things.
Well, you know, a lot has been said, Prof, by people who are experts in this field. And if I may just point out the last speaker, he made a good point in that people who we appoint to positions that can affect the development of sports. But my response to him is that, that's how it's going to be for a long time. People will not contest and win elections and hand over to people who are not part of it. So we in the sports world need to start understanding that nobody is going to give us everything. We need to be part of this. We tend to stand aloof and say we are the experts and they will come to us. It never works like that anywhere. So we have to be part of the political system. And it's important for things to change. If you are not within the system, you can't change things. It's something I learned 10, 15 years ago. And you know, I think you helped us quite a lot when I was commissioner in Lagos to develop a few of these programs that have been talked about here today. But the truth is, we're not always going to get that opportunity unless we are the ones controlling sports ourselves. So for me, I think it's our participation in the political scene that would help. We all know what the problem with our sports is. You have, you know, Dr. Ken, these are people, there are loads of Dr. Yakmut, these are experts, people who have done so well. But until you have the power to make change, we're going to keep talking and talking and talking. So my only advice is that, you know, no matter how small it is, we need to get involved at the local government level, state level, and get, you know, put our ideas across. But as long as we're not there, things will not change. That's a simple fact of life. You know, and with respect to the actual process of development of grassroots sports, I need to defer to, you know, there are many experts here and they've said a lot, and, you know, but also, again, I think we also have to keep an eye on, you know, grassroots sports has to end somewhere. And that's the, you know, the growth from grassroots to amateur to professional. And there has to be a good linkage between that. And some of us.
Thank you, sir.
Very much, Prof. You know, it's been.
Thanks so much, sir.
Thank you.
Please, I don't know whether Dr. Ademola Ares is in now. Dr. Are, as we are waiting for him, there is this Dr. Sadiq, all the way from US. Is it there, Dr. Sadiq, all the way from US?
I am here. I am here. I am following. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have never met you, but I know mostly all of the participants. Good discussions, and hopefully you can send me your presentation and I will have a detailed response. I think we are in the right direction, right? You know, I think the shift, Ms. Akiwe, I know her very well. And I think with this group here, we can begin now to reorganize and reshape all of the conversation that we're having today is what we need to begin the process. So thank you, Doc, Prof. I hope we can chat privately as well. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Please, before I go back now, is Dr. Are around? Dr. Are, is he around? The director of grassroots sports, are you around? Okay. As we are closing, I'm going to give our speakers 1 minute just to make their contribution there. And I'm starting from Godwin Kenka. Godwin Kenka, are you still there? Just 1 minute. Godwin Kenka, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here, Prof. Just 1 minute. Thank you very much.
One round of, it's 2 o'clock.
Some quick points. The emphasis on Olympics, I think we are overstretching it. I mean, we should see sports as an economic path to wealth. The reason we send our children to primary schools, secondary school, universities, 80% of that is so that they can get good jobs, make a good life. Now, if a parallel line like sports can take you to become a world boxing champion, a professional football stars, why don't we start from that primary level and see it all the way through to the end? So until we begin to see sports as an economic platform to create wealth, to enrich, for people to go from poverty to wealth, then we are missing the point. It's not about medals. How many top US athletes don't care about Olympics? Most of them don't for them, it's a platform to economic wealth. That's one. The last point I have to make is about incentives. It is already in the Sports Reform Committee report, and I am very happy I should raise it. Look, if we put 10 million for every Olympic gold medalist, and then we incentivize the structures that I've enunciated from the beginning, from primary, secondary, through, and then the age group parts. And we are giving prize monies at every stage. Like I said, the federal government should kickstart it. People live on hope. It's not everybody that's going to be a world tennis champion, but people are selling houses, relocating from Ukraine to Florida so they can latch on to try to hit that jackpot. So if we put prize monies for states at the national level, top 5 states get so much, 20 million, make it down the line, then states will have to fight to end that. Then the publicity will come along the line from the primary school, from the grassroots stage to the podium stage. Publicity will come. Most parents, in my experience, have come to the sport of tennis because of the publicity other children are getting. Okay, so that is my point. So the incentives are key.
Please round up.
Yes, I'm done. Put the prize money there. Olympic champion, if you get a gold medal, 10 million. If you get silver, and then you see the private sectors, they will go like vultures and produce these stars. If we keep saying, oh, government should do this, community coaches and all that, we will be going around in circles.
Okay, thanks so much. Thanks so much. Somebody wants to appreciate Dr. Jonathan for mentioning Paralympic sports. So, Dr. Jonathan, somebody I should appreciate that Sunday Odio is the Secretary General. Thanks so much. I call on Engineer Ashiru. 1 minute. Engineer Ashiru.
Yes, Prof. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks to everyone for all the presentations we've had today. And we've learned a lot. I obviously have learned from listening to every other speaker in particular, how all of us, even though we haven't actually met or spoken to one another concerning this event, agree on the same sort of things. So it means we know the problem. And like Mrs. Hawa Kulo Akemi would say, it's not about executive action. Who will build a cart? Or who is going to provide the muscle to make sure that the horse moves from zero to where he needs to get to? And I think that's the part that we need to look at now. Egbenito Oshodi just mentioned it, that you have to be in the system to be able to make policy work. So when we create policy, someone has to be there to say, okay, now we have the policy. Do I have the power to make it work? Do I have the will to make it work? The functional democracy which we have right now is not yet efficient enough to enforce action on political office holders. We have to be inside the system to ensure those actions are actually carried through. And when they are carried through, they have to be backed up with money. The problem, of course, is politicians have a lot of things to pay for. I remember my former governor of Shoba of Ogun State. I went to him once and I said I needed money to take athletes for an event. And he said, I've not paid pension. I've not paid teacher salaries. I've not paid for this. I've not paid for that. And you want me to give you money? I said, sir, even if it's only 25%, for every 100,000 you give me, I take people off the streets. I take people off crime. I take people off militancy. He got it from that point of view because he understood there was a nexus between these young people being involved in sports and them involved in crime. And because he understood that, he immediately gave me not just 25%, but all of that money. So we need to keep telling our politicians, sports is very critical and we have to invest in it. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir.
Mrs. Awa Akinyemi, over to you. Ms. Akinyemi. Ms. Akinyemi, are you there? Okay, while waiting for Ms. Akinyemi, Dr. Tando. Dr.
Are
Tando.
you hearing me?
Okay, Ms. Akinyemi, okay, we can hear you.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Please, Dr. Tando, 1 minute. Ms. Akinyemi, over to you. Ms. Akinyemi?
She needs to unmute herself.
Please unmute yourself. Okay, Dr. Tando.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Okay.
I want to thank you and the other organizers for this very good program. In closing, I think I would just want to re-emphasize the fact that for us to get an effective grassroots system in place, we must realize that we cannot do it without education. I think it was one of the speakers that mentioned that what is a sporting life is only a little amount of the full lifespan of an adult. So we must ensure that whatever we're doing in grassroots sports, we ensure that the children, the athletes, have the education that will take them on after their sporting life. And I just want to quickly refer to something that Lagos State did when Waheed Enito Oshodi was Commissioner for Sports. I was Director of Sports then. And there was like an unwritten policy that came to place with the approval of His Excellency Governor Fashola at the time, that any child that will represent Lagos State in a youth event would have to be in school. Now, what this does is that it gives the sports administrator the responsibility if you discover a child talented in sports that is out of school, for you to be able to use that child for a sporting engagement for the state. You will ensure that that child is registered in school. And that has helped us a lot in Lagos State. And I think it's something that other states
I have sent the link to him,
emulate, so that we can begin to ensure that our athletes, especially those that may not end up in the elite category, have their education to go with them after their sporting life. So that's just what I want to re-emphasize. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Mr. Felix. Mr. Felix, are you still there? Mr. Felix? Who is this? Okay, let's go on to Professor Ken. Professor Ken, over to you.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Prof. Thank you once again.
Okay.
I was given a straight jacket to talk about the impact of the AADC in Port Harcourt.
Okay.
And I'm pleased to say that the top ranking track and field athletes in Nigeria now, Divine Oduduru, Esebrume, Toby Amuson, Raymond Kevo, Favor Philly, President Amadudu, all had periods of residence in the center. But having said that, I tried to talk more about talent identification and selection. I don't know how many people here have heard about the book about Bokum. Bokum is a very rustic community in Accra, in the mold of Oshodi and Ajegunle, but a very small community. That community has produced 5 world boxing champions because they recognized the talent required for boxing was just simply the capacity to inflict pain on your fellow human being and the capacity to receive pain from your fellow human being. So right now there is a ring, there's a boxing ring in the middle of the community. If 2 children or 2 adolescents are fighting, they just push them to the ring, let them wear gloves and slug it out until somebody wins. Well, that's a crude method, but in our circumstances, it is not too bad to adopt such. We have many people wasting away on the streets. We call them area boys, we call them this, we call them that. We can channel them to one thing or the other. Even in America, most of the boxers are from correctional homes, unlike the other sports where you have to go to college to be useful in a particular sport. So let us look beyond academies, beyond centers, and enlarge our search for athletes. The method of talent selection will not take us too far. We must start identifying the talents themselves. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Doctor, I want to call on Dr. Safia. Dr. Safia, over to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for calling me.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Thank you very much for giving the rare opportunity to speak? Yes, I'm both a medical doctor and at the same time I am in athletics and I'm a master's athlete. Quite right, we're talking about grassroots sports, so I'm not going to talk about the other side, you know, in terms of people who are above the sporting age that can still continue to do sport. But I have a few things I wanted to, apart from the fact that we want to identify talents, I want to start by thanking Dr. Ken for the statement he made just now when he said that you can also identify talents elsewhere. That was also a brilliant idea, which we can look into. And all these cats young, I'm sure a lot has been said because I went offline at a point in time, all the likes of these Mary and Yali, how they were brought from school, Falila to Bukai. Then I also want to just say that apart from, I love the idea of this dual career opportunities, that you're doing both your sporting career and your academics at the same time. Because that's when you normally lose it, you know, especially in Nigeria. You find them, they finish their sporting career and it's what next? And then also like the point of the recreational activity when they said that even another thing, which probably is not for now, but we still need to talk about, we're talking about forecasting the future. You know that by the time they finish their career, there's a way we need to really still keep them active so that they now don't waste away. But that's a different ball game altogether. It falls under recreational. So it's something about getting them and harnessing them. How I wish we could just continue having the government will, the political will. Somebody has talked about facilities. I just pray we can just get our goal. Because somebody said something that sometimes if it's not what the government wants at that moment, you know, it may be a problem if it's not the priority. So I only just pray that our stakeholders can also try to also see some of the things we are seeing and we can be able to harness many of these people. Another main problem, sorry, the last thing I want to say, especially what makes our athletes always deflect, is we should try to really take good care of them as much as possible. I like this sports institute that Professor Ken spoke about again. You know, I just keep talking about because it's the penultimate speaker, and that's Port Harcourt Institute of Sport. I've been there a lot of times, and I'm happy we need to encourage them, and I hope we can get more centers like that. Because, see, we've mentioned all those people, Divine Odudu people, all of them, they're all doing very well. And I believe we could just continue in that. And Nigeria, we will get somewhere. We just need to put a few things together and we're going to get it right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. I don't know whether Coach Obiseson is around. Coach Obiseson, are you still there? Coach Obiseson. Coach Obiseson. Ladies and gentlemen, the last person that's going to talk to us now is the man himself on the hot seat, the Director of Grassroots Sports, Federal Ministry of Youth and Sport, Dr. Ademola Are. You are most welcome to give us the closing remark. Over to you, Dr. Ademola Are.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Prof. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes. I want to stay on the existing protocol. I'm so sorry I couldn't join earlier on. I tried as much as possible. I couldn't. We're just finishing the finals of the Awesome Games in Abuja. So I've been so busy at the stadium. So I'm so sorry about joining very late. But from the little I've had, first of all, I want to commend organizers of this program. It's a very laudable one at this point of our development in Nigeria. And also, hello?
Dr. Savlia, please mute your phone.
Oh, sorry, sir. I'm sorry, yes, sir. I'm at the Awesome Games. Let me mute my phone. I'm so sorry.
So, like I said, this is a very laudable program and very timely at this point in time of sports development in the country. And like everyone has said, we all seem to know what we should do, but how do we go about doing all these things?
Exactly.
And yes, how do we go about doing them? And I want to sincerely appreciate everyone that has contributed to this program, everyone that has spoken on the issue of welfare, role models for the children, how talents could be found everywhere, not only in the formal sector, like in schools and like in the schools. And the ministry on its part, we want to appreciate the fact that we now have an honorable minister that is forward-looking, that is insisting on grassroots sports development. We cannot continue to do what we have been doing and expect to get different results. It is high time we go back to what we were doing, at least when, for example, when I was younger, my dad used to take me to the field to go and watch football. He would take us to the swimming pool to go and swim. I wonder how many of us are doing this today. That is a very important aspect of grassroots. It is not when we call children together to come and do inter-house sports or to come for national youth games. What is the role of the parent? Are we doing what we are supposed to do? How many of us can really afford to buy boots and jerseys for these children? The challenges are very enormous. And we should also, as a body of NAFA, it is time for NAFA to wake up, all the NAWIs and others, that we want people at the helms of affairs of sports in the Ministry of Sports to be professionals. Because when you are talking, they already know where you are going. The minister is very forward-looking, like I said. He's introducing so many things. But we've been having PAMSECs that are not really in tandem with what we should be doing. So we really need to come up as professional bodies to let the federal government know this. If the minister is forward-looking, is being positive, he wants to support sports, and you have a permanent secretary that is always giving you excuses that you cannot do sports and using sports development money for other things, it is too bad. So we need to rise up, and we should stop all this infighting amongst professionals. I want to be this, we need to be that. If we continue this, we cannot really achieve anything. But like I really said, we know the solutions, and we need to have people at the helms of affairs that can give authority, that can approve to make these things happen. Schools no longer have boarding houses. Schools no longer have football fields, football facilities, sporting facilities. We don't have all these things. How do we do grassroots sports development? I agree the federal government cannot come to your local government to do sports, but the federal government is the body that is showing the way forward. But from the local government to the state, what are they doing? Some state governments they are not even interested in sports at all. It is when it is 6 months to National Sports Festival, they will start scouting for talent. They will go to Lagos, go to Delta, go to this and scouting for these children. What are you doing? Why are you not developing your own athletes right from schools? Why are we not having National Sports Festival again? And then our sports federations are no longer functioning. These awesome games is a test case. All the federations were giving so many excuses why they could not function. And they are not doing any age group competitions. We don't have age group competitions anymore in this country. So all these things are there, and we need to make conscious efforts to ensure that right from the curriculum of the primary schools and secondary schools, physical and health education must be compulsory, must be taught at this level. Introduction of sports, different sports must be taught these children, not only academics. If we can keep on talking on this for the next 24 hours. My job is not to come and be lecturing anybody, but I want to say a very big thank you to everybody. We have said it all, and I pray to God to give us the willpower. We all have connections here and there. Any opportunity we have, we should push this idea forward, that grassroots sports is the foundation for podium success for Nigeria in international sports meets. We have mentioned Mary Onyali, we have mentioned Akim Olajuwon, Tarila Okorowan, Taerin Wosu. There are so many of them. How did we get them? From grassroots, football in secondary schools, Principal's Cup, like festival all over the place. So, and grassroots sports enable us to make friends that we can never make even in our adulthood. The friends we make at the grassroots level during sports, you can never make them again, even when you grow up. So it's a good thing, Professor Fasson. God will bless you. God will bless every one of us that have contributed to this. And once again, I'm so sorry for coming in late. It was due to the finals of the Awesome Games in Abuja. And I want to express the greetings of the Honorable Minister. He's aware that this is going on, and he's very passionate about grassroots sports development in the country. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks so much, Dr. Are. Before you take your leave, we are going to package the outcome of this through the NOC, because our parent body to the ministry. But just a question before you go. The new sports policy, what does it say about grassroots sports? Do we have any place we can go and read there so as to join to what we are going to do now? And in terms of this linkage, which you yourself mentioned, local government, state government, and federal ministry of youth and sport. Thanks so much. That's the one we just want to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is not yet, is a policy in the making. Okay. It is not yet sacrosanct, and comments, contributions can still be made. Okay. The minister is open to comments, especially from professional bodies. But I can assure you that grassroots sports development is very well entrenched in this new ongoing project. And like the youth games, inter-house sports, our zonal offices, what is their duty is primarily for grassroots sports. So all these things are entrenched. The Principals Cup that HM has reintroduced, the Headmasters Cup, and so many programs like that, all these are entrenched. And we are trying to put this in the policy so that no new minister or a permanent secretary will come and at his whims and caprices can remove or stop any of these programs. They are already there. And once this becomes a legal document, no individual can come to tamper with them.
Thanks so much. On this note, we have come to the end of this virtual discourse on a topical issue. I'm going to call on the project manager for Advanced Sports Management course at Nigerian Olympic Committee, Mrs. Debbie, to give the closing vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, Prof, and all the participants in this program. I wish, on behalf of the Nigerian Olympic Committee, to appreciate the effort of Professor Fasson, the coordinator of this program, Dr. Kekutandu, Dr. Ashiru, and Amomi. It's just unfortunate that I've not been active on that platform because I've been very, very busy. I just say thank you for your efforts for us to have a successful and educative program. Say thank you. All our speakers and the participants who have made out their time to be part of this program, I say a big thank you. I can say we are fortunate because when we wrote to the Olympic Solidarity for us to have such alumni, I was meant to understand it's only 2 countries, Trinidad and Tobago and Malaysia, that have alumni, because we wrote to see if they can assist us financially, but we are meant to understand it's not possible. But on our own, we can decide on what we want to do. So I just really want to appreciate us that this is not just be the beginning and just be the end. We still have some training, some 5th edition of the Advanced Sports Management courses ongoing. Hopefully by March, by the grace of God, we'll be done with that and the participants will join us. And I'm appealing that from time to time, we should organize such programs so that we can keep members together. The objective of this alumni will be achieved. Once again, I say thank you. God bless you all and stay safe. Thank you.
Thanks so much, everybody. We are free to unmute now and say hello to one another. We want to appreciate, and most especially our repertoires. We're going to get back to you, collect what we have. Dr. Mrs. Sheunariwo and Mr. Sulaiman Arile Shere, we quite appreciate you. Mr. Olorin Shola, I can see you there. Our woman from Custom, I'm looking at you now. I want to appreciate you also. Every one of you. Dr. Sophia, I want to thank you. Yes, every one of you, I can tell you. We are finished. Professor Ken, we're going to get back to you on this your Nigeria model. Through NAFA, we're going to get back to you to see what you can do for us. Thanks so much. Kemi, we have identified you.
God bless you, sir.
Yes, thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. God bless you, sir.
Yes, Major, I want to thank you, Major.
Yeah, Professor Fason.
Abuja there.
Professor Fason,
thank you.
Professor Fason.
Prof, thank you, sir.
Professor Fason, thank you very much, sir.
Professor Ken.
I just recognize your
Ken, I can see you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Tony, I'm very sorry.
Academic grandson.
I will get back to you, Tony. Dr. Wamitale, one of your friends, I've not seen your friend. Dr. Joy, I can see you.
Professor Ken, sir. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Joseph, that's one of our first or second. Dr. Joseph, you are most welcome.
Good to see you, eh?
Yes.
Tony,
so
I salute you.
Yes.
Dr. Bob, Dr. Joe Bob, I salute you. How are you?
Yes, we are going to get back to you. We are working with you. I'm being honest with you.
Good to see you, Dr. Kando. Engineer Professor Badon. Good to see you there. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Professor Fason. Good afternoon, your grandson, from Unilag, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, my brother. I'm going to reach out to you today. Yes. Tony, send us.
Thank you, Dr. Kando.
Tony.
Thank you very much.
That's good.
Yes, sir. I really appreciate your paper.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Austin, you're always there for us. I can assure you of that one. Yes. I have seen my colleagues from University of Ibadan. I didn't know.
Austin, bring the queen back when you are coming.
Our man from
Dr. Safia, I greet you.
Good to see you once more, eh?
I want to thank you for it. I want to appreciate you too, everybody. So please, let's keep on in the mood. And we are meeting again next week. I want to thank you. We are meeting next week. Yes, that's good. Yes, all the way from US.
Thank you very much.
Thank God for you.
Sadiq.
We have a lot of things in our hand. We are going to move it forward. I can assure you. It's shame there. Now, I really appreciate you in the first or second set there. Yes, I want to thank you.
Dr. Morofolu.
Hey, my HOD, where are you?
Dr. Morofolu, good afternoon, sir.
Dr. Morofolu.
Dr. Morofolu, good afternoon, sir.
My regard to Dr. Morofolu.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Prof, sir.
Dr. Nariwo, good afternoon.
Dr. Joy, good afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Prof, good afternoon, sir.
Dr. Joy, good afternoon.
Identify yourself.
I can hear you.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. I can hear you.
Channels.